Ну да, потому что там зал ожидания на случай всякого спама. Вот я всех принимаю. Я тогда заходил, получая почту, там ваш участник зашел в конференцию. Я тут же запускал.
Да.
И...
Михаил Васильевич.
Да.
Добрый день, это Елизавета Викторовна. Я просто хочу сказать, что я по ссылке, которую вот вы нам на 4 разослали, я не по ней вошла. Я по-другому вошла.
Ну, должна работать и она. Вчера конференция не была запущена. Я видел в почте уведомление, что вы пытаетесь зайти в конференцию. Тут же ее запускал, но, видимо, вы уже прекращали попытки.
Там написано, что недопустимый идентификатор конференции, там было написано.
Странно, на всякий случай я сейчас еще раз вот в текстовый чат сюда ссылку на конференцию сдублирую. Я вошел по ней.
Ага.
Я ее, собственно, даже запустил.
Здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Это Михаил Васильевич, да?
Да, да. Я, к сожалению, пока без камеры, но с фотографией. И вот не могу сыскать по всей кафедре веб-камеру, куда-то задевали.
Меня зовут Татьяна. Я буду переводить с французского языка и на французский язык приветственное слово.
Сейчас я вас тогда включу в число переводчиков.
Нет, я просто говорю, что Паскаля буду переводить, и с нашей стороны мероприятие будет открывать Петр Петрович.
Ага.
То есть мы договорились, что открытие будет максимально кратким, поскольку Паскаль, у него важная встреча после.
Да.
Вот, поэтому вот 2 выступающих, и тогда, когда он закончит говорить, да, что мы, ну я тогда скажу, что мы переходим к практической части, да, к самому мастер-классу, и тогда вы уже, ну все тогда, да, и
да,
я, в принципе, буду свободна. Давайте так тогда.
Хорошо, конечно, да, там больше французского вроде не ожидается.
Да, и не нужно, да. И еще, Михаил Васильевич, у меня такая просьба. Вот по опыту, вы можете, когда будут выступать спикеры наши, 2 спикера, отключить звук у всех участников конференции?
Конечно.
Да.
Но они отключатся и у выступающего тоже, так что ему надо будет самому вручную включить, он может это сделать.
Да, чтобы у всех, у нас, ну вот, например, там у меня будет звук и там у Паскаля, ну то есть вот кто будет.
Ну, надо будет тогда и вам, и Паскалю самому ткнуть по микрофончику, потому что у меня вот кнопка «Выключить весь звук», то есть абсолютно всех участников.
Угу.
Либо по одному, но вот в зависимости от того, сколько их, я могу не успеть. Ну, наверное, да, давайте я попробую так по каждому пройти.
Ну, нас немного на самом деле, это
пока
Петр
да.
Петрович. И, нет, я имею в виду, это Петр Петрович, и я буду говорить, и потом Паскаль и я. И все. И
обычный тогда последовательный перевод, да, без...
Да. И перевод у нас будет последовательный. То есть вы понимаете, что наши преподаватели, они только всего лишь преподавать, все мы преподаватели английского, французского, немецкого языков.
Понятно.
В 3D-анимации, и нам за вами далеко-далеко. И поэтому, пожалуйста, чтобы был последовательный перевод. Я могу, Дамьян, сказать об этом.
Хорошо, конечно, но мне кажется, лучше не саморазоблачаться. У нас тоже не Кремлевский дворец. И на прошлой конференции, например, вообще было довольно так все комнатный формат и небольшой пафос, так что даже, мне кажется, и лишние комментарии на эту тему. Лишние комментарии. Тогда не стоит, да? Наверное, не стоит, потому что, ну, как-то это начинать с самоукоризн.
Хорошо, давайте тогда так и сделаем.
У меня сейчас письмо, вот буквально сейчас на телефоне я открыл от представительницы французского института, я не уверен, это она имеет в виду какие-то переносы. Мы до этого договорились с выступающим, что 10 утра по локальному времени, а она сейчас пишет, что, надеюсь, вы приняли во внимание 2-часовую разницу с Францией, так что 10 утра это 8 утра во Франции. Я извиняюсь, что не прояснила это ранее. Вот что она имеет в виду? Что 8 это мы слишком рано? Или чтобы мы... Вот смысл письма я не понял. Так что, возможно, сейчас будут какие-то...
Тогда, получается, это 12 часов.
Нет, у них, наоборот, еще 8.
Я понимаю. 8,
да, если окажется, что они хотят 10 по локальному, тогда окажется, что это внезапно у нас на 12.
У нас 12 часов.
Сейчас выясним, потому что это вот буквально через 10 минут тогда выяснится.
Мгм.
Я сейчас ей отвечу в письме.
А вы с ним вообще общались или нет на эту
Да,
тему?
конечно, конечно. Ну, не с Паскалем, а с Дамьеном, который проводит. Вот он заходит. Так что...
Ну все, значит, он здесь. Ну все тогда.
Сейчас я ей в ответ напишу.
Что он здесь. А вообще сколько ожидается участников?
У меня записалось с моих специальностей 15 человек, плюс сколько еще с режиссуры мультимедиа, это мне неведомо.
Ну, понятно. Ну, в районе 20 человек, да?
Hi, Damien. Can you hear us? Hi, Damien.
Okay, should work.
Hi, Damien.
Hi, guys.
Hi. I just received a letter from Nina
I
inquiring.
can't hear you.
Okay. There's something on your side. We can hear each other.
Bonjour, Damien.
Hello, can you hear me?
Похоже, нас не слышит.
Он нас не слышит, да?
Ага, ну это что-то на его конце сейчас называется.
I can't hear you now.
Михаил Васильевич, а у вас потом сразу практическая часть будет, да? Там вы уже сами, да?
Да, там уже параллельно рабочий такой перевод.
Все понятно. Приветственные слова краткие, и все, и вы работаете. А вы не написали, да?
Вот сейчас пишу.
Угу.
Телефона несколько дольше получается, но компьютер...
Смотрите, я могу позвонить ей. Но если эксперт уже здесь, то все в порядке.
Так, сейчас я всех пускаю, но это пока только слушатели. Сейчас ответил ей. У меня телефона ее под рукой нету. Ну, попробую найти, может быть, и есть.
Я могу позвонить ей.
А вот нашел я ее телефон. О, Петр Петрович.
Добрый день, Михаил Васильевич.
Здравствуйте.
Добрый день, коллеги.
Здравствуйте. Я вас буду переводить, Петр Петрович, вашу речь.
О, речь. Спасибо.
Здравствуйте.
Я только что поговорил с Ниной Циклаури, и она говорит, что да, мы начинаем сейчас. Там было недоразумение, она только что написала письмо, осознаем ли мы, что 10 утра у нас, это 8 утра во Франции. Да, мы так договаривались с докладчиком. Hi, Damien, can you hear us? Ну ладно, пока он нас не слышит, похоже.
Hi, guys.
Hi, Damien, can you hear us finally?
Yes.
Oh, great. We're waiting for Pascal and representatives from the Institut Français.
Okay. I'm ready.
I take the time to introduce to you our authorities. It's our Dean, Petr Petrovich Ivantsov, our faculty, and the head of our department, Vasily Afanasьевich Konovalov. Vasily Konovalov. I'm sorry, I'm without a web camera. Got misplaced somewhere. I'll find it until the lunch break, or I can connect from my phone. Общий будет вот отсюда.
Паскаль с нами.
Вот это Паскаль, Нина.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Nina.
Bonjour. Здравствуйте. Bonjour, Damien.
On commence à 10 heures
Écoutez, oui.
ou bien on entend?
Ou bien, pardon?
Ou bien on entend?
Non, on commence à 10h comme prévu. Pascal va se connecter aussi.
Je suis connecté.
Ah, voilà. Bonjour, Pascal.
Bonjour à tous. Здравствуйте всем.
Доброе утро.
Доброе утро.
On commence à 10 heures. Il nous reste 2 minutes, oui?
Bah, écoutez, oui, je sais pas, peut-être on peut faire, si on s'entend tous bien, je pense, on peut faire les derniers réglages s'il y a quelque chose à faire. Et, ouais. À vous de décider, oui, si tout le monde est là.
Tout est prêt pour moi.
Bah, j'ai oublié de mettre la vidéo.
Михаил Васильевич.
Да?
У нас получается сколько сейчас участников? С гостями, да, с нашими 21. То есть это достаточно, мы уже можем начинать.
У моих было 15. Сколько от режиссеров, я, к сожалению, не знаю. Информации мне никакой не дали. Так что кворум есть, я
То
считаю.
есть, в принципе, мы уже можем начать.
Да.
Буквально пару минут есть, ребята подключаются, наверное.
Ну вот у меня сейчас в зале ожидания никого нет пока.
Да.
Я извиняюсь, я говорю с той учетки, где фотография, но я параллельно подключился с телефоном. За ночь куда-то делась веб-камера на кафедре.
3 группы. У нас 2. Это я просто услышала, что информации нет.
Мгм.
Donc, il y a à peu près 25 étudiants, c'est ça, si je comprends bien? C'est ça, Tatiana?
Oui,
Il y a 25 étudiants, c'est ça, si je comprends bien?
oui, d'accord. On commence, oui. On commence.
Oui, si tout le monde est prêt. Oui, oui, c'est comme vous voulez, mais j'ai pas de... c'est à vous de décider.
Oui, d'accord, d'accord. Михаил Васильевич,
Да.
ну что, мы начинаем?
Я за то, чтобы начать.
Петр Петрович предлагает начать.
Троих еще впустил слушателей. Начал.
Кто у нас модератор, друзья?
Петр Петрович, могу я на себя эти функции взять? Можно вслух?
Да, пожалуйста.
Уважаемые господа, мы начинаем наш трехдневный мастер-класс представителя школы Рубика Дамьена Синель по трехмерной визуализации и освещению в мае. Мы глубоко благодарны руководству французского института, которые организовали с французской стороны эту нашу встречу. Я бы хотел передать слово руководству, декану нашего факультета Петру Петровичу Иванцову и представителям французского института.
Спасибо. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Здравствуйте, дорогие студенты. Я рад приветствовать вас. Мы как будем параллельно переводить или
Можно
вместе?
параллельно, да, Петр Петрович? Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Je suis ravie de vous voir, chers participants, chers professeurs, cher monsieur Pascal Slivansky.
Я рад присутствовать сегодня на нашей встрече. Вы знаете, с момента появления идеи проведения мастер-классов мы... Да.
Je suis heureux d'être présent à cette masterclass d'aujourd'hui à partir à partir du moment où cette idée est venue, est apparue.
Мы все переживали, не сорвет ли пандемия наши планы.
Nous avons beaucoup réfléchi si le contexte actuel pourrait changer nos plans.
Затем аккуратно надеялись, что карантин станет мягче, и мы сможем воочию здесь, в Санкт-Петербурге, встретить Дамьена Ансиэля в стенах нашего института.
Et nous espérions beaucoup que nous pourrions rencontrer Damien Ancinel dans le cadre de cette masterclass.
Обстоятельства вносят свои коррективы.
Il y a des circonstances.
Но слава Богу, что у нас есть возможность и обоюдное желание встретиться и поработать.
Mais grâce à Dieu, nous avons cette possibilité de travailler et de nous rencontrer.
И вот нас ожидает трехдневный марафон с интересными мастер-классами.
Cette masterclass va durer 3 jours.
По теме, которую нам сегодня Михаил Васильевич уже сказал, в рамках средств Майя Арнольд.
Le thème vient d'être indiqué par Mikhail Vassilievich Konovalov.
И, конечно, большую благодарность я бы хотел выразить нашим друзьям и партнерам Французскому институту в Санкт-Петербурге.
Je voudrais bien remercier l'Institut français de Russie et notamment l'antenne de Saint-Pétersbourg.
с которыми у нас давнее, плодотворное и полезное сотрудничество и рабочие связи.
Avec qui nous avons un partenariat consécutif.
Ранее мы совместно проводили мастер-классы Майкла Махи по технике анимации трехмерного персонажа.
On a déjà fait quelques projets communs.
Еще ранее встречались со создателями всеми любимого телесериала Эрнеста Селестина.
Et on a déjà eu une rencontre avec un animateur d'une bande dessinée très célèbre.
Стефаном Абье и Жан-Кристофом Роже.
Avec ses réalisateurs.
И мы всегда с интересом ждем очередного этапа обмена опытом с нашими профессиональными коллегами из Франции.
Nous attendons toujours cet échange avec nos collègues français.
Уверен, что и эта встреча принесет очень много пользы для наших студентов. И
Je suis sûre que cette rencontre, cette masterclass, soit très utile pour nos étudiants.
И с нетерпением ожидаю продолжения нашей встречи воочию у нас в Санкт-Петербурге.
J'attends avec l'impatience notre rendez-vous ici à Saint-Pétersbourg.
Доброго всем утра, не болейте.
Prenez soin de vous. Bonjour.
Спасибо.
Okay, thank you.
Михаил Васильевич.
Спасибо. Мы были бы рады услышать приветственное слово французской стороны.
Eh bien,
Bonjour à tous, cher monsieur Ivansov, chers amis et collègues de Goukit. Je voudrais vous remercier, un grand merci. Je suis ravi de la réalisation de cette masterclass qui marque déjà la deuxième année consécutive de notre partenariat entre l'Institut français d'une part et l'Institut d'État du cinéma et télévision de Saint-Pétersbourg.
Добрый день, спасибо большое. Я очень рад, что сегодня этот мастер-класс состоится. Это знаменует собой уже двухгодичное сотрудничество, с одной стороны, между французским институтом, а с другой стороны, между Институтом кино и телевидения города Санкт-Петербурга.
Je suis d'autant plus heureux qu'elle ait pu se tenir, cette masterclass, malgré le contexte actuel qui est difficile. Et je voudrais tous vous remercier pour l'investissement que vous avez mis dans ce projet.
Я также очень рад, что, несмотря на сложную ситуацию, это мероприятие все-таки состоялось, и я вас очень благодарю за ваше участие и заинтересованность.
Ce projet nous tient très à cœur, vous le savez, je sais et je pense que c'est votre cas aussi. L'année dernière, vos étudiants avaient été très enthousiastes à la suite de la première masterclass.
Я думаю, этот проект очень важен для нас, так же, как и для вас, я думаю. Я знаю, что в прошлом году вашим студентам очень понравился первый мастер-класс.
Je pense que c'est une expérience très enrichissante, à la fois pour les étudiants, mais aussi pour les professeurs, car il permet un échange à la fois de méthodes de travail, et du côté russe comme du côté français.
Я полагаю, что речь идет о ценном опыте как для преподавателей, так и для студентов. И я думаю, что доступ к другим методикам работы и обучения будет полезен, является важным источником знаний французской, так и для российской стороны.
Voilà pourquoi il est important cette année, je pense, de poursuivre ce partenariat Et je voudrais également, évidemment, remercier Damien de sa présence et d'avoir accepté de participer à cet événement.
Вот почему было важно, чтобы в этом году мы продолжили наше сотрудничество. И я благодарю Дамьяна за его участие.
Damien, vous êtes graphiste et professeur. Vous avez notamment enseigné l'animation 3D à l'école des Gobelins, qui est considérée comme la meilleure école du cinéma d'animation au monde.
Дамьян, вы графический дизайнер, вы преподаватель, в частности, вы преподавали в школе Гобелин, которая по праву считается лучшей школой анимации в мире.
Il sera donc particulièrement intéressant pour les étudiants et les professeurs de prendre votre expérience Pardon, allez-y.
И я думаю, что очень важно, как студентам и преподавателям, познакомиться с вашим
Donc, je vous
опытом.
remercie véritablement d'avoir accepté cette proposition de masterclass en ligne.
От всей души благодарю за то, что вы приняли предложение принять участие в нашем мастер-классе и провести
Même si
его.
j'imagine que, évidemment, le format est un peu plus compliqué, il faut de l'adaptation d'un point de vue à la fois de votre part et des étudiants, mais je suis persuadé qu'il y aura un grand bénéfice à cette masterclass, tiré de cette masterclass.
Я понимаю, что данный формат требует определенной адаптации с вашей стороны и со стороны студентов, но я убежден, что этот мастер-класс будет очень полезным.
D'autant plus que cela permet à plus d'étudiants encore de suivre la formation, je pense.
Это позволит гораздо большему количеству студентов принять участие в этом мастер-классе.
Voilà, donc encore une fois, merci à tous et à toutes de votre investissement sur ce projet. Je vous souhaite une excellente journée, une excellente masterclass et vous dis à bientôt pour de nouveaux partenariats entre l'Institut français et Bookit.
Спасибо, спасибо еще раз большое за ваше участие, за вашу заинтересованность. Я вам желаю плодотворной работы и надеюсь на дальнейшее сотрудничество.
Спасибо. Спасибо вам.
Михаил Васильевич, все тогда, да?
Большое спасибо, Паскаль. Я хотел бы, чтобы пару слов сказал основатель и бессменный руководитель нашей творческой мастерской Василий Афанасьевич Коновалов.
Я хотел поздравить коллег с Днем международной анимации.
I would like to congratulate our colleagues with the International Animation Day.
Как раз 28 октября 1892 года Эмиль Рейно во Франции представил анимационный фильм.
Quite longer than a century ago, Émile Reynaud in France has presented his first animation device.
И вот сегодня 128-летие этого дня анимации.
So today we celebrate the 128th anniversary of this animation startup.
И 18-летие сотрудничества кафедры компьютерной графики и дизайна с французскими коллегами.
As well as the 18th anniversary of since we started collaboration with our French colleagues.
2 января 2002 года мы проводили мастер-класс в Национальном центре анимации изображения во Франции, в городе Ангулем.
The 12th of January 2002, we demonstrated our work in the National Center of Centre National d'Image, I don't remember the full title, sorry, in Angoulême.
Руководитель и активный сотрудник с петербургскими киношниками Андре-Марк Делок-Фурко.
Their leader and long-time collaborator with Petersburg cinematographers André-Marc Delok-Furco.
И уже в декабре 2002 года мы проводили первый анимационный форум 300-летию Санкт-Петербурга.
So December 2002, we led our first animation forum dedicated to the 300 years anniversary of St. Petersburg.
И в актовом зале на Бухарестской 22 присутствовал представитель французского института в Петербурге.
The French representative had been invited to our concert hall.
Так что дата выбрана просто замечательная. Сегодня уже в 7 часов и 50 минут я получил поздравления от кинодосугового центра «Чайка», с которым мы сотрудничали больше 10 лет.
So this is quite an anniversary and symbolic date for us. And early this morning, we received congratulations from the cinema Chaika, who started our
Ну, я благодарю Дамьена Акинеля за то, что выбрал такую хорошую тему, которая нас интересует очень актуально.
So we are thankful for Damien for choosing such a vital theme for us, and we're looking forward to enjoying the masterclass.
Спасибо большое, всех с праздником.
Thanks all, and congratulations to all.
Спасибо.
Спасибо. So, Дамьен, we're quite ready to start. Мы можем начать, и я бы хотел, чтобы Дамьен взял слово.
Okay. Okay. Thank you all.
Спасибо всем.
So get to begin now. So
Наверное, нам можно начать.
yeah, it's okay. Okay, yeah.
That's okay. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. So I begin now.
Так, я начну.
There is a problem with the microphone.
No, that's on our side. We're trying to connect the interpreter who can be heard only when selected. There's the translation button down below the Zoom window, but something goes wrong, so we hear Olga Sajina anyway.
Okay, it's not in my side.
Would it take several minutes to collect collective opinion whether we need in-between translation, or is it all self-descriptive from your words? Last year we didn't have to translate much. My suggestion is whenever anyone has questions, just voice up. What did he say? And I'll translate, or Olga will translate. Or...
Yeah, okay. Because it's going to be very simple about the language, because it's Maya, mainly Maya. So it's, yeah, I don't think we need a translation for that.
Довольно просто.
But of course, if you have question, you can translate, but for the rest, it's okay, I think. So I'm gonna share my screen now. Okay. Okay, so you should see my screen. Okay, so let's talk about Maya. Just a quick tour about Maya, because Maya, it's a big and an old software, but it's the most used in the world. So you have to learn the basics before we go to see the next step. The next step will be to do in these 3 days. We should do something like that. So we should do an image like this one. So we need to know the basics before that. Okay, so let's go for the basics. So you have this interface on the right. You have menus. You have menus like this one. So you can switch menus with the Control A. So the Control A, it's switching in between these two windows, very important windows. You have the attribute editor and you have the channel box. There is nothing in there just because there is no object inside. So if you want to see something in there, you have to have an object. So to have an object, you have this shelf tab. This shelf tab, it's all the shortcuts in Maya. Not all the shortcuts, but some of the shortcuts in Maya. So if you want to see something, you just have to click on this. So maybe a sphere. So now I get the sphere. And you can see that this window is updating. So this window, it's updating. So you can see the translate, you can see the rotate, and you can see the scale. So to do that, so to do rotation like this, translation like this, and scaling like this, okay, you have to use the tool on the left part. So you can see you have these three last tool. Its name is translation, rotation, and scaling. Okay, so there is a shortcut for that because this tool we use all the time. So for the shortcuts, you have the first one, it's W. So with the W key, you can just go to the shortcut. So you can go to the translation. So you can move on the 3 axes at the same time. You can move on only one axis if you select this, okay? So if you select the axis, you can move only on this axis. And it's exactly the same with the 2 other tools. So you can click on E. E is for rotation. So the E on the keyboard can access, you can access to the rotation like this, okay? So you can change, you can click on the rotation you want. So if you want to rotate on the Y, you just have to click on the green rotation like this, okay, etc., etc. If you want to rotate on the Z, you have to click on the blue one, okay. So there is a scaling, the scaling tool. It's the R, okay. It's the shortcut R. So when you click on the R, you can just scale all the object. You can scale on only one axis, and exactly the same as the 2 other tools. Okay, so at any time you can go from start. So you can just select the object, go on this small window called the channel box. The channel box is this small window, and you can see the translation, rotation, and scaling. You can select all the things to the rotation only and put a 0 on this. So if you put a 0 on this, you reset all the position and the rotation. But for the scaling, you have to put 1. So if you click on this, on the 3 scaling axes, so X, Y, and Z, you can put 1 and have the reset sphere, okay? So that is the 3 tool to move the object. But you know, you have to know how to select yourself, to move yourself on the Maya. So if you want to move the view, it's about the Alt key. So if you click on the Alt key and the left mouse button, you orbit, okay? You orbit the view. That's the name of this tool. So you can orbit like this, okay? If I just choose another object just to see the difference, a box like this, okay? If you just push the Alt key and left click, you can orbit like this. If you want to strafe in the view, so it's the middle mouse button like this, okay? So with the middle mouse button and the Alt key, you can strafe like this. I have to see the chat because if I don't see it, I can, where is my chat window? I'm just looking for the chat, just a second. Where is it? I cannot see, Mikhail, I cannot see the chat window in the Zoom. Okay, I hope it will pop up when you let me a message, because I can't see the chat right now. So I hope it's gonna pop up to me to know that you send me a message, because I cannot see. Ah, yes, I get this. Okay, I get this now. Okay, I found it. I found it. Thank you. Yes. Nina, Nina, tu me demandes si ça marche?
Oui,
moi,
oui, je vous demandais si vous aviez le message, enfin si c'était apparu
Oui, ouais, c'est bon, j'ai trouvé la fenêtre, merci.
Très bien, d'accord.
D'accord, merci, merci, j'ai trouvé. Okay, okay, excuse me, let's continue that. I was just looking for the chat. So now if you need to ask me a question, I can see the question. So, okay, so if you want to orbit, it's Alt left mouse. If you want to strafe, it's Alt middle mouse. And if you want to zoom, it's Alt and right click, right mouse. So with these three simple tool, you know how to move in the space in Maya. Excuse me. So left for orbiting, middle, and right. You know, at the same time, you know how to move the object. So you know how to move the object like this with the W key. You know how to rotate with the E key, and you know how to scale with the R key. Okay, but you can find it on the left corner of the Maya. So left side, you can see these three tools can do exactly the same thing. Okay. For the rest, it's about the selection thing. So it's a selection tool. So we will see all the selection after the presentation of all Maya. Okay, so on the right part, you have this window called the channel box. So if you Control A, you're gonna switch in between these two windows. So it's Control A for attribute editor, Control A for channel box. Okay, you not should have this window. Okay, you're gonna, yeah, you should be like this. You should be in this position. So Control A is for switching in between these two windows. These two windows, it's yeah, the very important window, just because when you select an object, you have all the information of this object in these two all window. So in the channel box, you can see where is my object in the world of 3D Maya 3D. And when you Control A again, you can know more information. So you can see where is the object, obviously, but you have many other information like limit information, like display, like etc. And you have two objects called cube. So if I yeah, you can, I don't know if Nina.
Oui.
Ok. Est-ce que ça marche quand je zoome là? Attends, je te montre. Attends, une seconde. Est-ce que ça marche?
Oui, oui, oui. Moi, je vois.
D'accord. Okay.
I can see. Yes,
okay.
Fine,
Thank you, Nina. So if I zoom in, you can see the name of this window. Just because the name of this window, it's attribute editor and the channel box, okay? And the name of the object, it's pcube1 and pcube shape 1, because there is always 2 objects for 1 object in Maya. So that means that if you have an object in Maya like this one, in fact, you have 2 objects. Okay, so let's describe a bit this concept. To know about this concept, you have to open another window. So Maya, it's full of windows. So we're gonna go very slow at the beginning, but you have to know about the windows, the main windows in Maya. So we need another window for that. So you can find all the windows in the menu called Windows, obviously. So in the Windows menu, you can click on this and see the outliner. So the outliner, it's a new window. So you select it and you should see this window on the left right now. So this window, it's showing up the object in the scene. So if I zoom in, I can see, yeah, you can see all the objects in Maya. So you have the cameras, so perspective, excuse me, you have perspective, top, view, side. Just because in Maya, all the views are represented by a camera, okay? And you can see the object, okay? So the pcube1, it's the object you can see. You can change this name, obviously. So if you double click on the object, you can say my object. So you can change the name. And you can see if you do the changing of the name, you can see that the object will change the name in this right panel only. Okay, but as you can see, there is only 1 object, and in this tab, you can see there is 2 objects. Why is that? Just because you have to understand that my object, okay, it's not only a solo 1 object. If you right click and you go on the shapes option, so you release on the shape like this, you can see you have a small plus on the left like this, okay? That means there is something in there. Oh, sorry. Okay, that means there is something in there. So you can see the My Object option. Oh, sorry. My Object, you can see the object called My Object, and you can see there is inside My Object shape. Okay, so what does it mean? The My Object, it's only the transformation thing. So it's like you have an object in a group, okay? The group, it's only the position of the object, and My Object shape, it's what is this? It's what kind of object is this? So in My Object shape, you have all the information of the object itself, like I said to you, like the display, the mesh control, the vertices, the faces, all you can do with this object. And on top, you have My Object, it's only the position, okay? So you know, you can know at any time that this object is in this position because this panel said to you. But it's not the shape of the object itself. The shape of the object itself, it's in My Object, okay? So you have to know that in Maya, when you have an object, in fact, you have 2 objects. You have a group and an object inside. Is the system, okay? Okay. Okay, for that, so I'm going to reset the position. Okay, so if you want to go back to the object only, you can right click and release on the shapes and just check off this option, and you can see only the object. Okay, so it's easier to see. Okay, on the top on the top left corner in my window, I have this small information about vertex, edges, faces, etc., etc. I always do that just because I want to know how many objects I got in my scene, how many vertices I select, etc., etc. If you want to have this on your top screen, you need to set this up. So to set this up, you have to go to Display, Heads Up Display, Polycount. So Polycount, it's this small menu. Okay, so you should see now. You should see that. Okay. Okay, so let's continue to present Maya. So on the top of the window, you have all the menu of Maya. Okay, so you have File, Edit, Create, Select, Modify, Display, and Window. All those menus never change. So if you move something in the menu, all these 6 menus never change. So window, it's about all the windows. That's obvious. All the windows, you can find all the windows in this menu. Display, it's about what you can see in Maya. So like this menu, I can show you. And modify, select, we're gonna see after that. Okay. So these 6 menus never change. And after that, you have many menus like mesh, edit mesh, etc., etc. And all those menus can change. It depends on this menu rollup. So this rollup menu, it's about the step you are working for. So if you are working for in rigging, you just click on the rigging step, and you can see that the menu have changed. So if you want to animate, you have to change the animation, and as you can see, all the menus change. So it means that the first menu till window never change. Okay, so let's say we can stay in the modeling first, but you can change if you want, it doesn't matter. We have all the saving system, all the saving menu. Okay, so you have new scene, open scene, save scene, undo, and redo. So it's it's action, you should know this kind of action. After that, you have some bars with small triangle. So those bars are hiding some menus. So if you click on this, you can see other menus, or not menus, but information. So this kind of information, like object, we're gonna see how to use it. So that's the type of the selection. We don't care by now, and that's the filter of the selection. The filter of the selection can be useful just because it's about what you can select in your interface. So if I have an object like this one, and if I go and create a curve like this, okay, so I have a curve and an object. If I deselect the object filter, so I cannot select the object. So if I do exactly the opposite, so I deselect the curve, so I can't select the curves. So it can be very useful to know how it works, just because sometimes you have many objects in the scene and you have to select the good one, and yeah, sometimes it's just a mess. So be sure that you can do that. That's it's for snapping tool. So we can see that different moment, but for now let's let that. And that is for the render. So we can see after that. So that's the render. And the main window of the render, it's this window with the wheel. If you click on this window, you should see something like this. So that it's how to set up the render. So if you want to set up the render, you have to click on this this window. So be sure to be in Arnold render, okay? And you're gonna see those kind of menu in Arnold, but we can see that after that, okay? So not for now, but just be sure that you should be in Arnold render. Okay, underneath you have the shelf window. So okay, it's just say what it's like. So it's shortcuts of this menu. So if you want to find those creation object, you can find it in the create polygon objects. So all those objects can be created, and you have some of this in this shelf. So if you want to create some objects, so you can do create polygon cylinder. I move this cube. Okay, so you can see there is a cylinder like this, and you have exactly the same here. So if you click on this, you should see exactly the cylinder like this. Okay. Okay, so that's it for shortcuts. Okay, on top of the viewport, you have many small buttons, but not all it's interesting to know, just some. Okay, so you have the small one, the first small one. It's the selection of the camera. It's filming. Actually, it's filming. So when you click on this, it will select automatically the camera selecting. You see. So if I select an object, but if I select this, it automatically select the camera of this view. Okay. So in speaking of this, we need to know how to change the view. So to change the view, there is a simple way. You have to click on the space bar. You stay clicked on the space bar, and when you are here on the center, you can click with the left mouse button. Okay. And you can select the view you want to change. Okay, so you can do that. Spacebar, left click, and maybe top view. Okay, spacebar, left click, and the front view, etc., etc. If you want to go on the pairs, you can spacebar, click, left click, space, perspective view. Okay, if you can change exactly the same way you can change the views with the panel. So you have the panel, perspective, and persp, and you have the orthographic, front, side, and top view, and you can create a new one. So these two menus can access to the creation of the cameras. So okay, and in the panel, it's just you can have a new window inside this view. If you want to have, maybe you don't want to have this window. You want to have another window. So what you can do is just go in the panel and say, okay, I want to see in this window my maybe graph editor for Maya, for the animation. And as you can see nothing now. It's just your graph editor, is the animation graph editor. And if you want to come back to a view, you just have to go and persp. Okay, that's the basic tricks to change all the window. But you can do another way. Okay, when you select the window, maybe I want to select my render view. Not my render view, just because we don't use this one for this masterclass. So maybe we can find another one that we can use. So window general, and if I want to use the graph editor again, so I can select my graph editor. So now this window, it's out of any interface, so you can move on the second window, etc., etc. So that can be convenient. But if you move slowly on the top of the window, you can see a blue bar, okay, or in the left, okay, you can see the blue bar, and in the right, you can see a blue bar again. So that's mean you can release, and this window can go in the same windows, okay? So now you have two windows, and you have one for the perspective and one for the graph editor, okay? So that means you can change your interface, okay? On the top right, you have many interface, setup of interface. So you can, maybe you can go in the sculpting interface, this one. You can go on the rigging interface, this one, etc., etc. If you want to come back to a basic interface, you can just go on this roll-up menu and go to the modeling standard or Maya Classic. That is the Maya Classic, okay? This window should not be here. Yeah, like this. Okay. Okay. Keep going. So we have seen on the left part, we have seen the movement of the object, but you have to see the selection. Okay, so this arrow is the way to select the object. So when you want to go for the selection, you should click on this arrow. If you are on the moving tool like this, and if you want to select another object, you can select like this, but sometimes it can be dangerous just because maybe you can move at the same time, you can move the object. So if you want only selection, you have to click the arrow. Okay, the shortcuts of the arrow is the Q. So you know how to move from the translation with the W and the Q, okay, for the arrow. Okay. So for the selection, when you select with the square, so you click and you go for a square and you release. You can select all the objects who are touched by this square, okay? You can have only a half of an object. When it's selected, you can select this. Okay. 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 You can click on this only. Okay. Okay. So you can click on this like this. So you for the curve, it could be difficult sometimes to click on this, so a square can be useful. Okay, if you have this object and you want to add a new object, so add a new one, you have to shift click and left mouse button click on another object. So it's you have this, and you have to keep your shift of the keyboard, okay, clicked, and click with the left mouse window. Okay, when you do that, you can add new object. But if you stay like this, you stay with the shift and the left mouse button, you can click again on the object with the left mouse button. And as you can see, it's gonna invert the selection. So when the object is selected, when you click again, is deselecting the object. When this object is not selected, when you click again, is select again. Okay, so the shift is not only to add a new object, it's at the same time it can invert the state of selection of an object. Okay. Okay, so that's for the shift. If I want to unselect an object or more, I can use the control key. So the control with the square, you always unselect only. So if you do that, it's always unselecting. Okay, you cannot, with the control key, you cannot select an object. You can only unselect an object. And if you want to add object only, so you don't want to invert like the shift does, okay? If you want to select only, you have to push the control shift. With the control shift, you're gonna select only. Okay, so I do it again. Just for deselecting, it's the control. For selecting only, it's the control shift. And for the inverting, is the shift only. And you see when you do that with the shift clicked, you see that when you shift click, it always inverting all the state of the selection. Okay, so that is for the selection. We will see the polygon selection after that later. Because for polygon and all the component, it's a bit tricky, so we do that just later. Okay, down to the interface, we have some menus like this. It's for the animation mainly. Oh, this one is not, shouldn't be here. Okay, so the first one, it's the timing. Okay, so you have the control of the timing in the bottom right of the window. So you have the play and the stop, next key, next frame, and go to, all the right, and go on the start, go on the end, and go on the start. Okay, that's all the buttons means. You have this special thing. It's just a zoom in the timing. So my full timing, actually it's 1 to 200. You should have 120 by default, if I can remember the default. And that's it's just a zoom in the timing. So you can just zoom like this. If you want to see only this part of the timing to work with an animation, you can just do that like this. Okay. So you have this it's where you are at the moment, at which keyframe are you. So you can put on 1 and it's going to it's going to the start. You have the frame per second, the auto framing. So the auto framing is this small button. So this one, okay. And to finish, we have this guy. This guy is running with the wheel. So that is very important thing, just because it's all the preferences of Maya. So you can find the preferences with this button, okay? But you can find it here. So you can find it in Window, Setting, Preferences. That's the same. Okay? So this button, it's just on time slider by default, and when you are on preferences, you are in interface by default, but it's the same window. Okay, so in this window you can see all the preferences of Maya. So we are not going to go in these preferences now, but you have to know that if you look for something very special in the option, you should see in this. Okay. Okay, so we have seen all the window, not all the window, but a part of them. Okay. What we can see and what we can do now, it's maybe we want to clarify all the window, because if you are working, maybe I want to work in this object, but my space in this window, it's a bit small. So if I want to clarify, I can do that. I can control and spacebar. Okay, so you stay in the control button and you click once on the spacebar. So the spacebar, it's switching in the expert viewport. So all the menus are hiding on the side. So you can see that you can have those windows back again on control spacebar again, and you can just have all the windows back. And when you are in the control spacebar, you can click on those menus like this, on the name of the window, so outliner, and the window is coming back, but not all the window is coming back, just some. So if you click on the channel box here, and you can control A to have to switch in between channel box and attribute editor. So yeah, that's nice to have some window, very simple window, and have a big interface like this. Okay. So yeah, I'm coming back to this window, control spacebar, to have all the tools. If you want to get rid of some of the menu, you can go in the window UI elements. So UI elements, it's all the UI of Maya. So maybe I can hide the shelf. So as you can see, all the shelves are hiding. I want to hide the time slider. I want to hide the range slider. Maybe I can hide the command line. And status, no, I keep the status, just because the status can have something we should see. Toolbox, no, toolbox, it's all the tools on the left. So if you can't find the tools, you just have to click to toolbox to show it again. And as you can see, if you want to show all the UI, you can click on this. So hide the UI and show the UI. Okay. So I don't want the shelf time range command, and I stay like this. Okay. Okay, so are you all right by now? It's okay for you for now? So I can continue? Yeah, okay. I get one. Okay.
Fine here.
Okay. Now it's just because you know I can see nobody, so sometimes I just say, "Okay, are you there?" So it's okay. I do this quick tour for you just to be sure that you have the basics, okay? Because you need to have the basics first. It's complicated if you don't have it after that, okay? So, okay. Let's talk about selection in the object. So I'm going to take all this object and suppress all the object with the button sup or delete. And I can create a new object. So I go to the create option, polygon and sphere, okay? For my demonstration, a sphere can be necessary to select polygon, vertices, or edges. Okay. If I want to frame the object selected, very important button if you want to frame. So that means if you want to frame on this, you just have to click on F. Okay. So if you have more than one object, so if you are like this, if you want to frame on this object, you select and you push F, okay? If you want to frame with the two, you yeah, okay, okay. Okay, if you can't understand, you just have to stop, I don't understand this part, and I will go again. So just tell me, okay. So if you want to frame, you just have to select the object and click on the F, okay? When you click on the F, it will focus, F for focus, it will focus on the object selected, okay? So if you have another object, like this. Okay, a small thing I haven't said to you, to duplicate an object. Okay, so you know how to create an object. You can create polygon and an object like this, okay? And if you want to duplicate this object, you have to Control D, okay? Control D, like this, okay? So if you select again and you Control D, you can have a new one. Okay, so if I want to frame on these two objects, I can select the two objects and click on F. Or these two objects, click on F, or three objects, click on F. Okay, so it's quite interesting and important to know. Okay. So let's talk about component. Okay, components, it's all the small components the sphere it's made of. So this sphere, it's made of components like vertices, edges, and faces, and at least some UVs. Okay, but let's talk about the three first components. So it's vertices, edges, and faces. Okay, to switch and to see it, you first have to click on the F8, okay? F8. Okay, if you haven't the F function, the F button, F, it's combining object, right? No, F, it's not combining. F is just focusing. So if you have some object like this, you select the two objects, you push on the F button. These objects are not combining. They are just, I've just focused on these two objects, okay? It's when I want to zoom exactly at this position, but this object, it's not combining. Make sense? Okay. So let's talk about the component, okay? So to switch, to go on the viewing on the component, you have to click on the F. So it's a F8, okay? It's not the same F, okay? It's the F8, so F1 to F8. So this one is the F8. For some of you, maybe you don't have any function. You don't have any F function button. If you don't have this, you can right click and go to you can go to the edges or the vertices or the faces like this. Okay, so the edge, vertex, and face. Okay, so let's say vertex. Okay, and when you want to go back on the object mode, you can right click and go to the object mode. Okay, like this. Okay, so that is very, very important to understand. Okay, so let's see this on the top of my window where it's called object. So if you can't see it, it's just maybe you have to click on this small arrow, it's small triangle, just side near side of this button with the arrow, turning arrow. So you just have to click on this to see this small information. Very important, because when you click on the F8, you can see that this small information, it's warning you that you are in component mode, okay? So you are in component mode, and when you click again on F8, you are in the object mode, okay? So when you want to see the component mode, you have to click on the F8, and after that, when you want to change in between the type of component, you have to right click and go to the component you want to see. So, oops. So if you want to see the faces, you can go down and click on the faces. So now you can select faces. Okay. If you want to right click and go to the edges, so you can go to the top on the edge. So now you can select edge. Okay. For my experience, I use all the F function button. So F8 to switch in between component and an object. Okay, it's my way to use it. And when I want to use and when I want to change in between component, I use the F9, F10, and F11 to change. F9 for vertices, F10 for edges, F11 for faces. It's a way to use, but you can right click each time and go to vertices, go to faces, and go to edges. It's not a problem. It's just two ways to do exactly the same. So you just have to know once, okay? Okay, so that's it's the component. Okay, you should see on the left in the outliner, if I right click and go in the shapes, So I go in the shapes, okay, to see my two objects, okay? So when you click on F8, you see that my object, when it passed to the component side, is not selected exactly the same way that when is in object mode. Okay, so when you are in object mode, you can see this object is green, and in object mode you have this object green, and you can see that the name is selected like this with the blue band. Okay, when you go for component, okay, I'm in the component way now, you can see that my menu tell me that in my component, and my object is not blue exactly the same way. It's a dark blue. Okay, that it means that you are not looking for this top level, but you are looking for this level. Okay, because in a way, the top level is the object mode, and the secondary level, the underneath level, it's for the component. Okay, so what you just have to understand, it's when you change in between object and component, you are changing in between the first level and the second level. Okay, so that's quite important to understand the way Maya is working, because Maya, it's old old software, but it's it's very important to understand, because when you understand that, you can do and you can know and do many things. Okay, but you have to understand the basics. Okay, the concept basics. Okay. Okay, so how to select this? So if I want to select my faces, click on the F11. Okay, okay, I'm in the component and I can see the faces. Okay, so okay, the way to select, I can click. Okay, as you know, you can click. Okay, so you can click. You can shift, okay, and add new polygon. Okay, as we can see, you can add new polygon. With the shift, you can invert your selection. So if you select with the shift, I invert the selection. Okay. So if I select this top part, if I shift and I select all, I invert my selection with the shift. Exactly the same way as we done with the object. Okay. Okay. After that, if I want to select all the polygon on a row, okay, on the line, okay, so I can select for the first, shift click and double click on the second one. So if I do that, I select, as we can say, the face loop. Okay, so we can do exactly the same just under that. So you click with the shift, I click so for the first one, and I double click to the second one. Yeah, like this. Okay, so select first, shift, double click on the second one. When you have only one face loop, with the arrow of the keyboard, you can move the selection like this, right and left, with the arrow of the keyboard. Okay, if you change of the selection, so if you go to the vertex mode, you can have exactly the same way. So you select a vertex and you shift double click on the second one, and you have these vertices selected. So if you up, okay, that's quite strange because when I click on the, okay, when I select the first one, shift double click on the second one, it's selecting all my vertices like this. But if I want to move my selection down and up, it's not going to work. Yeah, I don't know why. Okay, 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 it's not okay. Don't care. After that, you have the edge selection exactly the same way. So you select the first one and you shift select the second one, and you have exactly the same. Okay. So if I going back to the faces mode now, I can select like this, but I can select like that. Okay. So exactly the same way, you just select and go down and double click. Like this. Okay, so it's exactly the same like this. You can see, you can click and double click. Okay, if you just double click on the face without any button like shift, control, etc., you just double click, you select all the faces. It's not the object, it's the faces. Okay, because you are not in object mode. If you want to select the whole entire object, you just have to double click on a face or on a vertex, okay, or on the edge. Not in the edge, because in the edge it will select the full ring. But in the other components, you can have all the faces or all the vertices. Okay, so it's just in double clicking the component. Okay, so that it's with the arrow. Okay, is the selection arrow. Okay, you have some other tools to select. So you have the lasso. Okay, so the lasso, it's you can draw something like this to select. Okay, so if I select my vertices, I can do that. Okay, so my selection like this. I have the paint, okay, the paint selection. So for the paint selection, it's when I click like this, I can paint my selection. Okay, so to change the size of my brush, I click on B, I stay clicked on B, and I can click with the left mouse button, and with a movement on the right and on the left, I can change the size. Okay, so I can paint. Okay, the paint is this button, the third button on the toolbox. So if I select, I can control and deselect. Okay, so I can deselect like this. Okay, I can select like this. Okay, the cool things about this, it's when I use the paint, okay, you can see there is no faces selected. When I use the paint like this, it's not going to select the faces on the back side, okay, only on the front side. That's quite interesting, because if you want to select something but you don't want to select on the back side, that's nice, okay, that you can see. Okay, By default, it's not the case with the other tools. So if with the other tools, we select like this, you can see that all the faces on the backside are selected, okay? So that's the default, okay? You can change it, but it's the default one. If you want to select with the lasso, if you do that, you can see that all the faces are selected and in the backside too, okay? If you want to change this thing, you can go in this menu icon, okay? It's called the modeling toolkit. So it's representing by this small icon, okay, on top right of your interface. So you just have to click on this, okay? Okay, so in this you have many cool tool for modeling, okay? For selecting tool, you have many cool tool, and yeah, that's the main window for the modeling. So you have all the component. So object, vertex, okay, edges, faces, UV, okay, object, multi-component. So you can have a face with an edge with the vertex. Okay. It's not useful, but sometimes, okay. What you can do is you can have this camera-based selection, okay. As I say, Damien, vous laissez, hein? N'hésitez pas à me joindre si vous avez besoin de quelque chose. Vous avez mon WhatsApp. Bonne journée. Ok, ok, salut Nina, à très vite. Ouais. Okay, so excuse me. So if you want to select, but you don't want to select the back side of this with this arrow tool, okay, you can set to it, okay? You have the camera-based selection. Basically, it's in off by default, okay? So if you move this to on, okay, when you do that, as you can see now, you haven't any selection of the vertices, okay? So that can be nice to tweak if you prefer this option, okay? We can see better with the face. So if I select the face, you can see there is no selection on backside. Base selection, that's nice, and it's working too with the lasso. So if you select the lasso, you see there is no back face selected. Okay. So you have, okay, that is for camera-based selection. And for the rest, we don't need to know this now because I don't want to go too deeper in the software now, just because we have to talk about render mainly. So we don't need to see all about modeling, just how to begin, how to select, and how to change things. But for the modeling, we stay at the first level. Okay. So I think we have seen all we need to know about that. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think it's good. Okay, so let's talk about rendering now. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to create a sphere like this, and I want to create a plane to get the plane under that. So so the plane underneath. So create polygon plane. Okay, so I select my plane, I select my scaling tool, and I can click on the center, or I can use the middle mouse button because the middle mouse button, it's linked to the object or is yellow. So if by default it's the center of the tool, you with the middle mouse you select the center automatically. But you can prefer to select with the left mouse button like this. You can do that exactly the same. Okay, so let's do that. Okay. Okay, so what I want to show to you, it's all the panel about rendering. Okay, so for the rendering system, we have, okay, we need to show up a UI interface. It's the no, we have this, okay, we get this. Okay, the panel we want to open, it's called the Hypershade. So the Hypershade, you can find it in clicking this small button, a blue sphere, this one, the blue sphere like this. Okay, it's the Hypershade. You can find it in the window rendering Hypershade. So you can find it exactly in the same way here. But let's click on this. So it's a big interface. So I need to get this interface get smaller just because it's taking all my window. I need to put this interface on the bottom of my window. Okay, like this. Okay, so this interface. Okay, you have three main parts. So you have the top part. The top part, it's what I need, all the shader in the scene. Okay, that it's all the shaders in the scene. So you have a Lambert. Okay, the Lambert, it's the default shader in the scene. You have a standard surface. So the standard surface, it's when you double click on it, you can see where is this. Okay, I have to get this out, and I have to get this out too. And this one, excuse me, just I recompose my. Okay, so okay. So maybe you have another window on the right of this window. Maybe you have this. Okay. Maybe you have some property window like this. I think by default, I think you are like this. Material window, and you should have some. Browser we got property material viewer. Where is the material viewer? I don't know where is it, because I never use it. I never use the material viewer. Creation is this window. Okay. Okay. So my material viewer don't to show up, but because I never use it. Okay. Why I never use my material viewer is just because it always display a wrong shader. Just because it cannot display the good one. Just because Arnold, the engine of Maya, Arnold, it's not fully compatible with this window. So when you do some animation render, you're gonna see shaders, but you are not going to see the real shader. You are going to see a shader who is looking like, but not exactly. So I never use, okay? So it's why I haven't the material viewer. If you want to have it, you can have it, it's not a problem. I just want to get the same window as you, but okay. You should have, maybe you have the property editor on the left, like this, okay? I never use like this too, this window, just because I prefer to use the attribute editor, this one, with the Control A. You can remember when you click on the Control A many times, you can switch in between the channel box and the attribute editor. So if you put this in the attribute editor and if you click on the shader, you see exactly the same as this window, okay? So I don't need this, okay? Just because it's exactly the same. So this window, I don't want to get this. Again, if you want to keep this window, you can, okay? So it's not a problem, it's just my interface. So I just keep the, okay, just delete this, okay? So it's my interface, okay? It's like this. Okay, I'm going to put this interface here. Okay. So, okay. So, okay, let's talk about Windows. So on the top, you have this sphere called shaders, okay? That's the material you can assign to an object, okay? So all this interface, all this interface, it's about how many shaders you have, okay? In the scene, it's the entire scene. You have tabs like this, okay? It's about all different things you have in the scene. So if you have textures, if you have utilities, rendering, light, etc., etc. So by default, the material is showing up. On the left, you have the creation menu, okay? So the creation menu, it's a tab where you can create all the things in Maya. Okay, I'm going to stay, yeah. Excuse me, this interface, it's quite annoying sometimes. Okay, I don't know why. Huh, okay. Sometimes it's just annoying just because you have select this and he pops on the top. I don't know why. Okay, it's very strange. Okay. Okay, it's not a problem. Okay, so this interface, it's the creation menu. So you can select textures and you can have texture, you can select shaders and you have shaders, okay? So you just have to select on the left and select on the right and it will show up on down in the area section. So the area section is this part, okay? So, okay, but by now I don't need, okay? So if I want to have a shader on this sphere, I have to select the object first and right click on this object, okay? And you stay right click. So when you right click, you can see there is a menu, and to assign this object to this shader, you just have to go up and assign material to selection, okay? So you release, okay? I'm gonna get a red just to see it better, okay? So if I want to see the colors in Maya, I need to click on the 6, okay? It's 4 for the wireframe, 5 for the shaded, 6 for the texturing, and 7 with the lighting. By default, we have no lights for now. we just have color and textures, no texture, just colors. So 4, 5, and 6. So 6, it's my base. Okay, we don't see nothing. It's just, yeah, I have to right click and assign material. Oh, okay. Okay, it's not, I have to create a new one. Okay, I need to create a new shader in this case. It's like this. So my shader, I click on the shader right now. I go down and I select the AI standard surface. It's my default Arnold shaders. Okay, it's showing up like this. Okay, so it's showing up like this. So you have the name, you have the shader itself. The shader, it's the material, in fact. Okay, so it's this one. And you have this part. We're going to talk about this part after that. Okay, so if you want to select, if you want to have the object assigned to this shader, let's doing a blue one. Okay, I need to select my object first and right click and assign. Okay, so as you can see now, it's assigned. Okay, so if I'm struggling with the interface because I'm working with my two windows, so sometimes it's complicated to not have my two windows, but it's okay. So if I want to change the color, you can see you can change the color like this. Okay. Okay, so that's the way to assign a shader. So don't forget to name it. Okay, so maybe this is my sphere. So it's my sphere shader. So SHD for shader, it's my nomenclature. So SHD sphere. Yeah. And I want a new one. What I can do, because in fact, I never used this, okay? Okay. So what I can do, in fact, it's I can tab. You can click on tab in this window. You can click on tab and just write AIST, and it's the name of the creation of the shader. So in fact, the tab window, you can create all the nodes you know and all the nodes you want, okay? So it's why I use the tab, okay? But in this case, okay. So I just have to click on tab and AIST. And after that, I select the AI standard surface. Okay, so it's going to be a new one. I want to split them up to see it better, like this. So this one, I want to name it ground, donc SHD ground. And maybe just to change the color, let's say gray by default. Yeah, let's say gray by default. Okay, okay, let's say gray. So I select the object and I right click with the icon, assign material viewport selection. Okay, like this. So now I have two shaders selected, okay? If I can't remember what the shader is, it's assigned to which object, I can right click on the shader and select object with this material. and it will select the material which is linked to the shader. So right click, select object with material. Okay. So at any time you can find the material. Okay. So what I guess it's we have a small break. I do break in 1 hour and a half. I do a break, so we can have a break now, 10 minutes. Okay, just to have a break. Okay, so I go again with you in 10 minutes. So it for you it's going to be 11:50. Okay, so 11:50, 11:50. Okay, so let's do that. See you very soon. So in the Arnold tab, you can see there is a light tab, and the light tab you see there is the lights. And just to begin, we can begin with the area light. Okay, so let's click on the area light. So you see the area light. If you cannot see it much, you can click on the 4 of your keyboard to see the light itself. So now you can see the light. It's this light is looking like this. Okay. So you can get this light back like this. Okay, it's a square. Okay, we can explain why it's a square and how to use it. But to just to begin, you can just go take this light back in this scene. Okay, and by default, when you select this light, you have all these parameters coming show up. Okay, you need to have this window open. This window I can recommend to have this open. It's called the attribute editor. So if you need to have it again, you just have to Control A. Okay, with the Control A, you're gonna call this call back this this window in Maya. Okay, so all these attributes, it's for this light. Okay, so let's have a render. Okay, so Arnold, it's you have these two menus. So you have the render menu and you have the open Arnold render view. So open Arnold render view, it's showing up this window. Okay, so this window, it's just the render window. I can stack this window here. Okay. Okay, so this render window, you can play it with, we can start with the play. So you click the play button. Okay, and as you can see, it's black. Okay, why it's black is just because there is a light in the scene, but the light, it's emitting 0 lights. Okay, so if you want to have light, you just have to increase this to 15 or maybe less. 12, 10, let's say 8. Yeah, let's say 8. Okay, so as you can see, when you move in the window, you see that it's updating the render. Okay, so I'm getting, okay, I smooth a bit like this. Okay, so that is the window, the render window. In the render window, you have the paces. So the paces is for the AOVs. So we can see that later. You have the cameras. So for the cameras, it's when you have a camera in your scene and you want to render a certain camera. You have the isolated selection. We can see that with the shading system. We have all the color of the object, RGB for red, green, and blue, alpha, luminance, and all the color again. You have the alpha only, just to switch in between color and alpha. You have the 1:1 full image showing. So it's when you want to show your image at the 1:1, exactly the 1:1. You can render a certain portion of your object. So if you click on the square, and you can do that, and you click on the sphere and change the color. So you see that only in the square is changing. So you can have changed that. After that, you can modify the size of this window. So if you change the size, after that you can do that. And to get rid of this small square, you just have to click on the square again. Okay, you have the gamma augmentation. Is just for the viewing purpose. So it's not at the real final image. So if you do that, it's just for you to see something, but it's not right in the image. Okay. You have this small icon. It's radio icon things. It's about when you select this, you can change some things like the color, like what you want, and it will not update. Okay, so that's the thing. So if you unclick this, it will update. Okay, it's just for updating system. And after you have this wheel, the wheel it's for options. Okay, many options like gamma, exposure, backgrounds, etc., etc. So we don't need it for now. Yeah, that's it. Okay, I think we have done. Yeah, we have seen the whole thing. Okay, so okay. So that's the render. Okay, when you want to change the light, you have to select the light and see all the parameters of the light. Okay, so let's talk about the lights. Okay, so in the lights you have the color. Okay, so I'm going to change the excuse me again. I'm going to change the color of my object and put my object gray, just because we're gonna change some parameters of the light, and I will show you what is going on. Okay, so I select the lights. Okay, I can change the color of the light. So obviously you can change all the color manually like this. Okay. Okay. And you can go here, use color temperature, can select the temperature, and after that you can change this number. So this number, it's the color with the temperature color. This means that when you go on the internet and you just looking for Kelvin temperature color, okay, you are going to see this kind of temperature color, okay? So if I select this, you're gonna see these all colors depending of the number of the Kelvin, okay? So to 2700, it's for yellow, and 6500 is for blue or white blue, etc., etc. Okay, you can tweak in between. You have those kind of color for the temperature. So more you get the blue, and less you get the orange. Okay. Okay, so if I want some things more orangey, so I can say, okay, 2700. Okay, so if I want more blue things, I can say 8500. Okay, and 6500, it's white kind. Okay, so what does it mean? Show again how to set the light. How to set the light. So I just create my light like this. Okay, so Arnold lights, area lights. Okay, so my light is this one. After that, I've changed I've changed the position of my lights. Okay, and I've put an exposure of my light. Okay, so 8. If you put less, you're gonna have less lights, and if you put more, you're gonna have more lights, obviously. Okay, so 8. It's maybe I was a different position, but it's quite okay. Okay, and I just select the use color temperature. Okay, to change the color. Okay, so if I just want to use the color of the light, I can uncheck my temperature and use only the color of the light. So the color, in clicking this, I can use this color. It's okay. Does it? You did understand? Okay, okay, nice. So the using of color temperature, it's for some reason. Okay, when you are trying to maybe insert a 3D object in the live set, in a live video or live film, okay, you need to have exactly the same lighting that the set have, okay? So when the guy say, okay, I need this 4K light, you know that he will use a 4K light like this, okay? And after that, he say, okay, change the intensity to this, etc., etc. It's why he used the temperature. It's to fit with the 3D thing. So if you don't need to fit with something live, you just can just don't use it and just use the color if you want. Okay. Okay. So by default, like it says, this light is illuminate by default all the object in the scene. Okay, so because at some point we can see, at some point we can just say, okay, this light is not light this object, but it's like this object. Yes. Okay, so you can change the light links, okay, in between object and lights. Okay, so it's why it says illuminate by default. Okay. Okay, after that you have the shape of the lights. So you can change the shape. You can go for a cylinder lights, and you can go for a circle light, a disc light. So what does it mean? So maybe I don't need that for now. Okay, okay. So I will do a okay, I'm going to stop the render and voila, stay here. Okay. Okay. Okay, so as you can see, you can change the shape of the light, and what you see in the ground, okay, you can see the reflection of this object, and obviously you can see the reflection of the light itself. So here, okay. So it's what it means. So it's a circle for a disk, and it's going to be quad, okay, for an object. But we're going to see that later with the modification of the light. Okay, so quad. After that, you have the spread, okay, the spread light. Okay, that means that by default, area light, it's a plane, okay, and all the light is coming from the plane, and open the light very wide, in a very wide angle, 180 angle for a plane, okay? So when you play with the spread, you can change this angle from the plane, okay? So you see that when I do this, we can see that I'm going to just change the size of the object to see it better. Yes. Okay, so when you play with the spread, you see, more you are spreading, more your light is lighting on the side. Okay, so it could be useful to use it. Okay. After that, you okay, I let the spread like this, and when I use the roundness, so the roundness, it's the ability to have something more round about the light spreading. Okay, so it's like to have a disk, but in another way. Okay, I don't use it a lot. Okay. And soft edges, it's the same thing, okay? It's when you have something like a square, like because I am in a quad shape, okay? You can round the border, round the corner, and soft the edge, okay? But okay, it's just some details, okay? I'm not using that much, okay? I'm going to turn off the reflection of the ground. So specular 0, just to see the shadow and the lights better. Okay, so I select my light again and I open wide my light. Samples, okay? Samples, it's the quality, okay? Is the quality of the light. By default, I use a sample of 1 when I'm trying to achieve a certain work. So I'm using all the time. I'm using 1 for all my works for working. Okay, but at the end, I will always put this like 3. It's a good and average settings. Okay, for the lights. Don't forget to increase that. Just because it's always good to increase that to have a good image at the end. Okay. But for working purpose, I always put 1 because it's faster. After that, you have the shadow intensity. So the shadow intensity, as it means, when you change the shadow intensity like this, you can see that the shadows, it's changing. Okay, so okay, that it's black and that's not black. Okay, but you have to understand one thing. Okay, it's when you are changing the shadow intensity or the shadow color. Okay, so maybe when I do that, when I change my shadow color like this, okay. The problem is when you do that, even you do that with a CCAD, it's exactly the same thing. You are doing something very bad just because what you have to know, it's when you do that, all the rays from the light, it's coming through the object. Okay, so to understand that, I can show you something. So I'm going to hide the object and have a new plane just to understand. Okay, and I would like to change my light just to see it better. So maybe I can have a spotlight. Okay, you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. I'm just trying to show you something. So you're gonna understand very quickly. So okay. Okay, let's say I want to light this way. Okay, so have to put the intensity, so exposure. Yeah. Okay, so I want to have exactly the same shader. So existing ground. Yeah. Okay, as you can see, my spotlight is eliminating my planes. Okay, so I want to push up the intensity. Okay, so if I see okay, if I see backwards, okay, you can see nothing. Okay, and it's making sense. Okay, just because you are lighting in this way, so it's making sense that you can see nothing behind. But the problem is if you are changing the color of the shadows. So if I go in Arnold And if you are changing the color density or the shadow color, okay, let's do for the color density. No, shadow color is better to see. Where is my shadow color? Yeah, shadow color. Maybe I can say blue. Okay. There is the problem, okay? As you can see the color of the shadow behind. It's like your light is going through the object and its shadow is going behind the object. Why is that? It's just because in the 3D world, you can test in CAD, it's going to be exactly the same. It's just because in the 3D world, when you are lighting something and when you are doing a shadow, the shadow is not a black part of something, it's the things you are not lighting, okay? So you are lighting an object and what it's not light is the shadow, obviously, okay? So if you change the shadow color, so you will change the alpha of what it seems. So when it's, imagine you are going in the light, you are seeing in the light, and you say, okay, I want to change the color of what I can see. So it's exactly what it does, okay? It changes the color of what it cannot see, okay? So it can be very, very bad if you change the color of a shadow in a 3D scene. So you can say, okay, how to do that? Because there is many movie feature films, or we can see they change the color of the shadow. If you want to change the color of the shadow, you have to do it in post-production. So with Nuke or After Effects. Never change that in the 3D, okay? That's a very important things to know, okay? So that's, you don't have to change this, okay? Okay, I know it's strange, but if you know CAD, you can test. I think it's exactly the same, because I've tested with many software like V-Ray, like Cycle from Blender, like Arnold, like Redshift. All the render are doing exactly the same process. So I assume it's a way of thinking, okay? It's the way of thinking of the 3D world, okay? So that was just for purpose demonstration. So okay. Okay, so now I want to show you something else. Okay, the shadow, the blurriness of the shadow. Okay, as you can see, the shadow is blurred. It's blurred at some point. So you can see when the shadow is near the object, it's less blurry. And when the shadow it's away, the shadow is blurry. Okay. How to change the blur of the shadow? So the change, it's come from the light itself and the size of the lights. So if you crank up the size of the light, you will change the blurriness of the shadow. Okay. So if you go down and if you go to change the size of the light like this, very small, you're going to see there is a sharp shadow, okay? So the blurriness of the sharpness of the shadow comes from directly of the size of the shadow. Okay, a side of the lights, pardon. Okay, so if you want a very blurry shadow, you have to change the size and you have to get this size bigger. Okay. Okay, so like this. It's quite important to know that just because you have a button called normalize in the lights. Normalize, it's the link in between the size of the light and the intensity of the light. So it means that if you uncheck this box, okay, the intensity of the light it's directly coming from the size of the light. So if you change the size, the light it's getting like this, okay? So if you are small, the size of the intensity of the light it's coming very less, and if you change the size of the lights became bigger, you see that the intensity is very, very big, okay? So it's a more realistic way of thinking, but when we are working in a production, it's very, very difficult to work with that. Just because every time you have to focus to, okay, I get the cool size for the cool shadow softening, but it's too big. So I need to change the intensity. So maybe I need to change for 4. Okay, that's nice. But finally, I need to change a bit of my light because my shadow is too soft. So I have to get this light smaller. So yeah, I prefer to have this kind of light. But now my light is not lighting anymore. So I need to change the size, the intensity of the, etc., etc. So it's why it can be very difficult to change, to achieve something with this system. So it's why they click by default on the normalize. And like this, the size of the light, it's not changing the intensity. So if you change the size, it's changing the softness of the shadow, but not the intensity itself. Okay, cast a shadow. It says what it says. Okay, I want shadow, I don't want shadow, etc., etc. Shadow density, shadow color, we have seen that. And after that, it's the visibility. It's very, very simple. It's just say, okay, my light, it's not seeing, I can see my light in the camera. So if I change my angle, okay. Okay. So the visibility things. So okay. Let's see. Okay, so if I want to tell my light to do not do any diffuse, so the diffuse, it's the light bounce itself. So, okay, if I cut off the diffuse, I can see nothing except the specular, because you can see there is a small specular on this object. Okay, so if I change the specular things, okay, now I haven't any specular at all. So if I Okay, if I change my diffuse, you know, I have only the specular things. Okay, so that's very nice to know that, because sometimes it's very easy to just, I don't want any specular on this, up, I just crank down the specular. I don't want any specular SSS, or I don't want any indirect lighting. As you can see, when you do that, I want to zoom just to show you that. Okay, you see that on the back of this object, you have this white part with a bounce in light, in fact, okay? So if you just say, I don't want any indirect, you see that it's black now, just because there is no bounce at all, okay? So indirect is for that. And volume, it's for volume effect, you can see that too. Okay, so that is the basic things with the light. There is many things you can do with the light, but we can see that step by step. Okay, so that is for the area light. And you have many other lights, but it's quite the same thing. You have the same option, or maybe still different, but very, very same. So if I play with maybe, okay, let's do a sky dome. Okay, okay, I'm going to hide my area light and see the sky dome. Okay, the sky dome, it's a dome light, okay, with exactly the same thing. You have the intensity, you have the exposure, okay. It's actually it's 0, and it's lighting just because it's white, okay. And when it's white, it's changing. You can see the white. It's lighting the object, in fact, okay. So obviously you can put an image on it. So if you want to have an image in the dome light, you just have to click on the color. On the color, you have this small icon, okay, a grid icon. You click on this. You click on this and you can access to many, many nodes. And the nodes you want, it's a node where you can browse an image on it, okay? So this node's called the file, okay? So you click on the file, okay? And you have image name. Image name, it's where you can find an image, okay? So if you want to have an image to put in there, you can find maybe an HDRI image. HDRI image, it's a very big image where you have many intensity information. So what you can do is to have one. If you don't have it, you can download one freely in the Heaven site. So you can have the Heaven HDRI Heaven. And here you have many HDRI. So let's say this one. It's yeah, it's light blue. So I want this one. And I want to get the 2K only, because I don't need any big format for this kind. So 2K is gonna be much that I need. Okay, so now I can go on my project, Maya project, and I can find this image. Give me a second. Yes. Okay, as you can see, you have the image in background, and you see that the light has changed. It's just the light is coming from this image, and you have the reflection of the image too. Okay, so that it's excuse me, please, can you let the student in? It's sound like you cannot access or something like that. But I have no right to. It's okay, or do I need to do to? Oh, okay, okay. Thank you. Okay, so I was saying, okay, when you use some images like this, you can, as you see, you can load those images, HDR images or EXR. It's quite the same thing. You can access to that and load to have exactly the light of the image itself. So as you see, you have the light on the right, and you can see the object is reflecting the environment. Okay. I just thought that maybe you don't know about the project in Maya. What's about the project in Maya? Do you know about project in Maya? Because if you know how to create a project and how to use a project in Maya, just because the image, when you use an image, the image has to be in the project. So everybody knows about project? Because if someone or if you don't, I can just go through the creation of the project just to understand. Okay, I don't know if you know about project in Maya, but to be sure, I prefer to understand. I prefer to show you how to create a project in Maya, just to be okay with that, because we know we need to know how to play with it. So, okay, let's do that. Okay. So it's very simple. It's just a thing to do, but it's very, very simple. Okay, in Maya, you cannot just open a new scene and just save, have a new frame, have a new image. Excuse me. And just have a simple folder and put all in this folder, and that's okay. No, it's not working like that. You need to have a project, a Maya project. okay? And because Maya needs to know where is its own texture, where is the dynamics, where is the images, etc., etc. Okay, so you need to create a new project in Maya. So if you want to have texture, okay, because if you don't, each time you open Maya, it will forget where is your images. Okay. Okay, so to do that is quite simple. File, you have something called project window. Okay, that is the project window. Okay, you just have to set the name. So you have the current folder here and you have the location. So you just have to create a new project here to say new, have a name. So maybe masterclass render. Have a location. So I'm getting masterclass. Masterclass. Yes. Here. Okay. Okay, so you put a name, you put the location, and you choose accept. Okay. Once you've done that, you can go at the location and you're going to see those all directories. Okay. So those directories, it's a project. In Maya, Maya knows about all that directories. You have a workspace who tells what the folder it's doing. And what you have to know, it's in the scene, you need to have all your scenes, Maya scenes, okay? And in the source images, you need to have all your texture, but all your texture like the HDR we just imported, okay? So now, if I want that scenes to be in the project, okay, I have to go to File and set the project, okay? So I set the project. Set the project here, set, okay? And now when I save, I am in the project, automatically put in the project in the scene, okay? That is a easy way to see if you are in the project, okay? You can see just if you are in the project, in the scene. So it's my start. Okay, so now I get my scene in my project, but my image is not in my project just because I've not put the image in this project. So I have to move my image in the project now, in the source image of the project. Okay, so it's what I need to do. So my image called Bismarck's turn, I need to put in my project source images here. So now I need to get my file. So be careful from the project. You can select automatically, you can select the directory of the project you want. So the source images, and select my file again. Okay, now I'm sure that my file is in the project, and I'm sure that I'm working in the project. So if I save it, Control S or save, it's okay. Yes? Someone has some things to say? No? Okay. So that's a very important thing, but it's just create a project and be sure that you are working on in the project, okay? To be sure that all the texture it's coming in the project. Okay. So as you can see now, my texture it's in my project. So easy to see. Okay. Okay. Nice. So I'm know my texture it's in the project now. So you can use it, can save your scene, and it's always gonna have all the project at the same place. So you can move your project in another computer, etc., with all the textures and all the data. So it's nice. Okay. Okay, so it was about my HDRI. So with the dome light. So I want to finish just before we get lunch. I want to finish that the lunch time or not? Yeah, in 15 minutes. Okay. Okay, so about the dome lights. So you can have an image like we see. The intensity, the resolution. The resolution, it's about the image. So it's to tell the dome lights to use all the resolution. So this image, it's about it's a 2K image. So it's a 2048. Okay, 2K. Okay. So it's a 2K image. The format, okay, for the different images. So those kind of image, it's a lat long image, but sometimes you can have a mirror ball. So it's a mirror, okay, a mirror ball, or angular with a square with 6 maps for the video game. You have the exposure. Exposure is working exactly the same way as the lights. It's when you increase the exposure, it's increase the lights. It's working exactly the same way. Samples exactly the same, so you just know now what it is. It's just to change the quality. Normalize, cast shadow, we've done this, and visibility. Okay, all of that you know because we have seen this on the area light. Okay. So these two lights are very useful because we use many of these two lights, and we use one light more. We use a light or is not coming from the Arnold tab. You have to go in Maya tab. It's the create light, directional light. Okay, the directional light, it's a very important light to use. So you click on this and you change, maybe you can change the rotation of the light to see it better. Yeah. So the directional light, it's more like the sun, okay? It's more or less the sun. So it's parallel rays, okay? You can see that because, okay, maybe I can have a cube just to see. Okay, so let's create a cube. Okay. So I want to move and zoom in. Okay, so as you can see, the directional light, it's creating some shadows, some parallel shadows. And it's very interesting because at some point often we need some light from the sun. When you create some scenes, you need a sun. So it's exactly the light you need when you want to have a sun. And it's a bit different in the settings. So if you select the direction light, you see that there is no settings from Arnold by default. You have to go in the Arnold tab just down, okay? Don't use this shadow tab or object display. Just use the Arnold tab, okay? So you can, obviously you can change the color of the shadow, but it's all you can see, all you can do here. You have to change the thing here. So if you want to have some blurriness of the shadow, you can change the angle of the directional. So the more you have angles, the more you're gonna have some blurriness. Like this. Okay, so I'm getting back to 0. Normalize cast shadow, we know that now. And visibility, diffuse, specular, SSS, we know that too, okay? So it's all about the angles for the blur of the shadow. You just have to know that, okay? That's it. Yeah. I think these 3 lights are the light the more useful in Maya, and the lights we use all the time to create some lighting. Okay. So dome light is for surrounding environment lighting. Directional light is for the sun, and the area light is for lights from panels, from planes, just to have bounces and just cinema things like yeah, like bounce, etc., etc. And we're gonna see that on the scene I provide to you with the guy on the scene. So Mikhail, do you know if all the students have the scene?
Yes, they are following those in the class, and obviously those online, going by the chat, they're all following.
Okay, but do you know if they have the scene I provide to you?
Oh, I made it available. It's either available locally or the cloud link. I'll post the cloud link in the chat right now.
Okay, okay, okay. So, so guys, be sure to have the scene I provide to you, just because in this afternoon, we're gonna start from this scene, okay? So be sure to have the scene okay, I can show you the scene, what the scene is looking. So the scene is looking like that. Yeah, so the scene we have to work with, it's looking like that. It's a guy in a room, okay? So we will try to light this scene and texture this scene to go to try to achieve this kind of image. So this. Okay, that's the main purpose of this masterclass. So we're gonna try to achieve this image. Okay, it depends on the timing. It depends of your if you follow the course or not. But we can do that. It's not so complicated. We just have to follow step by step all the step to achieve this. Okay. In this type of image, we have the skin part, we have the reflective object, we have the transmissive object, we have all the lights, etc., etc. So we can see many things, and it's very, very helpful to know how to render in Maya. This image has been created by someone called Miguel Lieras, and it's from Pixar, and it's a free to use. So obviously you can use it. Okay. So I think we are done for this morning, this short morning. But in the afternoon we will do many things. Mikhail, we can release the student to hit now.
Okay, now about an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
see you soon at 2 o'clock.
That's 1 o'clock by our time, local time. It's noon now, so we'll meet again at 13 or.
Okay, in
yeah.
one
I
hour.
don't have that in the chat.
Okay. Okay. See you in 1 hour. So.
Oh no, that's 2 p.m. Right. I misread the clock. So it's
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2 p.m.
now.
Yeah, it's 2 p.m. for you. It's okay. Okay. So I want to. Stop my sharing.
Значит, нам надо направление света, солнца, солнечного света. Значит, нам нужно направление его указать.
Okay, so you have to know that the directional light, it's a light where the position doesn't count. So
Значит, цвет здесь не имеет место цвета не имеет значения. То есть неважно, где вы будете это направление показывать. Ну, неважно. Просто направление света показывать. Только направление важно. Важно, где вы будете показывать. Ну, я сюда поместил, чтобы лучше было видно. Ну, в принципе, не важно, куда вы поместите это направление. Не важно. Ну, вот сюда. Вот, значит. Значит, первую съемку мы делаем. Вот камера сцены. Камера Master Shape, нажимаете это. То есть вы выбираете камеру и, значит, рендер. Так, давайте, значит, камера. Если мы ничего не видим, значит, свет как-то не так расположен. Или, значит, интенсивность недостаточная. Значит, выдержку будем менять. Да. Вот, теперь что-то тут вот есть. Да, надо, чтобы получилось вот так. Ну, чтобы он вот таким образом выглядел. Так, мы должны его немножко поменять.
Okay, so
Так, вот так вот. Так, свет, значит, вы не видите лучей. Света не видите. Лучей. Проверьте свет свой. Выдержку увеличьте, чтобы лучше видеть было. Выдержку увеличьте. Вот это, значит, там, где Арнольд. До 5. Угу. Стрелочек не вижу, пишет нам Оля. То есть вы стрелочек света не видите. Не очень понимаю, что, ну, не уверен, что я понимаю, о чем вы говорите. Не очень понимаю, о чем вы говорите. То есть если направление света вы выбрали, то тогда вы должны в центре сцены видеть свет. Должны это видеть. Вот. Лучше еще. Но не уверен, что это то, что вы имеете в виду. Еще можно, значит, направление в сторону стены. Если сверху мы увидим эту сцену, Значит, если сверху, то тогда, значит, мы видим направление света в сторону стены. Все отлично, все сработало. Значит, вы вот это вот должны увидеть. Такие вот, значит, вот такой свет вы должны видеть. Значит, свет вот с этой стороны картинки идет. И тут посередине такая черная штучка. Вот здесь вот. Ну, не совсем в той же самой, в том же самом месте. Окей. А вот, значит, лучи тут вот так вот идут. Прямо до самого угла, справа. Вот, значит, прямо вот около окна. Вот так вот идут, значит, лучи света. Давайте получше попробуем сделать.
Just a simple thing.
Вот такая. Значит, еще кое-что. Значит, я делаю это руками очень быстро. Но если вы хотите... Если вы систему вращения хотите, вот, то тогда вы, значит, wealth и object, систему вращения. Нажимаете на кнопочку, и левая кнопка мыши. И вот. И все возможности, значит, вы увидите. Если вы хотите как-то изменять. И точно так же. Значит, W нажимаете, значит, кнопочку, и вы меняете. Так, давайте, значит.
Okay. It seems to be nice.
Вот теперь вроде хорошо получилось. Вот здесь вот темное, значит, пятно такое. Может, немножко чересчур. Да. Вот так вот как-то должно быть. Если взаимодействие хотите быстрее, ну, выбирайте обновления какие-то, или выбирайте меню рендер. Значит, вот, вы выбираете вот эту вот часть.
You can play with it and you don't have to wait the renderer to do the render.
Вот. Если вы троечку нажмете, то можно будет уже сразу как-то это редактировать и не дожидаться.
Okay, so that makes sense for me to put this like that. You see,
Мне кажется, так все хорошо. Ну, здесь вот есть такое темное пятно такое, вот как и здесь. Вот что мы еще видим, что есть ошибка в картинке, если вы видите. Вот внимательно смотрите. Если вы картинку видите, вот эту картинку, не очень тут хорошо в одном месте. Еще прям совсем внимательно смотреть. Вот здесь вот человечек, здесь радио, со стороны как бы вот эта сторона. А на самом деле, на картинке, когда вы видите, вот здесь вот есть пространство, а там нету. Ну, то есть, по сути, радио на самом деле не в том месте находится. Если вы хотите это изменить, тогда нужно, значит, сюда, значит, радио, объект, и двигайте, значит, его, вот так вот подвиньте его. Ну вот в кадре вы вот видите, как долго его надо двигать, это радио. Ну вот там видно будет, что где должно быть радио. Еще немножечко подвинем. Вот так вот. Это вот одна вещь такая. Вот есть еще, значит, тень от лампы. Вот, и вы видите, в общем-то, эту тень, эту видите.
There is no black shadow on the wall. And,
и что нет, вот здесь вот вроде как бы, у меня тут есть вроде бы тень, а здесь нету. Ну, значит, давайте как бы предположим, не хочу, чтобы была тень. Ну, вообще-то как бы в реальности там должна быть тень. Но это нереальная картинка. Ну, поэтому нет там тени, раз это не реалистическая картинка. Так, что мы делаем? Вот сюда, вот, значит, в эту часть. Параметры редактора. Ctrl-F. Два раза нажать. Это параметры, значит, лампы. Размер, нам нужен размер лампы. Значит, картинку, идем в картинку. Вот сюда. Значит, в этой картинке не хотите, чтобы был свет от этого объекта. Значит, мы нажимаете рендер статистику. И вот это вот убираем значок, чтобы накладывалась тень. Что еще можно делать? Значит, что еще можно делать? Выбираем два кольца и выбираем, значит, не накладывать тень. Убираем тень, значит, значок этот снять. Убрать тень. На каждый объект есть такой вот меню есть. Майя. Значит, на каждую картинку есть вот такой набор параметров, и можно есть. Значит, или убрать тень, или накладывать тень. И есть еще часть отдельно в Арнольде, значит, видимость. Ну, тут есть некоторые параметры отличаются. И все можно, в общем, таким образом редактировать все объекты. Так, теперь это больше похоже на то, что у нас вот так лучше получается у нас. Вроде все почти то же самое. Значит, вот тень небольшая, значит, еще потом объект наш. Ну, вроде да, все то же самое. Отлично. Так, что теперь будем делать? Мягкие, такие вот очень мягкие вот, сделать. Если вы видите, все эти объекты такие, они вот гладенькие, мягенькие. Ну, здесь вот. Здесь немножко не очень похоже, что они такие, кажется, что они вроде грубые. То есть если вы хотите сделать их более гладкими, может быть, вы знаете, значит, вы выбираете объект, и нажимаете на, значит, вот на клавиатуре. Но мы так никогда не делаем. Значит, я не рекомендую пользоваться именно таким типом. Потому что если с клавиатурой работаете, если вы меняете вот эту вот гладкость, вот, но если кто-то еще придет и что-то будет вас проверять, если кто-то после вас будет с этим работать, и то кто-нибудь это изменит, то вы потом все это потеряете. Поэтому мы так не делаем. Поэтому мы делаем вот эту вот гладкость в кадре, а не в интерфейсе. Иначе она будет очень тяжелая. Нет проблемы, значит, менять сцену саму по себе. Кадр. Значит, мы только когда мы вот, собственно, съемкой занимаемся, там мы что-то вот делаем. Каждый объект есть отдельный, значит, набор, который называется Arnold, в Арнольде. Вниз идете, значит, подразделение там такое есть, называется Division, тип. Значит, он может быть cat-lark. А следующий параметр может быть или от 1 до 3. Для этой сцены от 1 до 3 больше не нужно. Значит, если 1, то мы, в общем, для объектов это на 4 надо умножить. Если 2, то на 60 уже увеличиваем. Если у нас 2. В общем, может быть много разных граней. Можно делать для любого объекта. Вот сюда, вот, значит, для каждого объекта можно такой. Если у вас очень много объектов, Ну, каждому объекту очень тяжело.
a panel, a global panel, or you can do that, but it's not the good way to do that. Okay? So I want to show you the good way to do that.
Я покажу вам, как это сделать.
So come back again.
Значит, возвращаемся обратно.
Okay, so
На тип, не, значит, в раздел Subdivision.
select all the
Я хочу выбрать.
gonna be smooth. Okay?
Значит, я все объекты выберу, которые хочу, чтобы были вот такие вот гладенькие.
Selecting, I want to select
Значит, здесь я буду выбирать и дверь,
the lamp,
и лампу,
radio,
и радио, и часы.
maybe not all in the clock. Maybe
Может быть, даже не все в часах,
object. I just want
а вот
the
какие-то части часа, этих часов.
the glass.
Вот, значит, чтобы были стекло, чтобы было. Вот, вот, значит, основу и стекла, часов. Вот будем снимать, значит, и еще вешалку. Да, кругленькая такая вешалка. А, то есть еще вешалка у нас. А вот стены не хочу. Вот, а если я, значит, стены не хочу, потому что если я сделаю такими гладенькими, хочу стены, они будут круглыми. И жалюзи тоже не хочу. Вот, они, значит, мы тоже не будем выбирать жалюзи, потому что жалюзи мы не видим в сцене. Значит, вот я выбрал все, которые... Я хочу, чтобы такие были гладенькие, аккуратненькие. Значит, туда... Set — это группа. Значит, set — это группа, в которую вы, может быть, какие-то определенные параметры, характеристики скомбинировать. Вот, то есть я, значит, сейчас буду создавать набор set. Ну, как-то можно назвать этот набор, этот set. Ну, предположим, гладкость. Вот. И тут, значит, что они не отсюда сдвинулись. Вот. Вот они сюда теперь попали в мою группу. Вот. Они сразу все, значит, в одном месте. Значит, вот эта группа, set. Значит, выбираете эту группу. Здесь у нас вот значит, добавляете. Это все, что вы, собственно... Сейчас вы ищете раздел Subdivision, значит, AI, потом большая буква S, U. Ну, оно вам показывает все, что начинается с этих букв. А тут у вас, значит, есть набор, все, что с этих букв начинается. Я вот набираю вот это вот, выбираю Subdivision Type. И второе еще Iteration. Вот. Это, собственно, сейчас подождите несколько минут, чтобы вы все это видели. Да. Заглавная буква S, AI, заглавная буква S, UB. И вы выбираете это для итерации и для типа. Кликайте на «Добавить», на «Add», Значит, вы в параметрах, значит, override, вот у вас тут есть. Значит, нажимаете catlarg, ну и еще циферку, значит, 1 или 2. Такие все ваши объекты будут гладенькими становятся. Вот как это можно сделать.
Does it work for you?
Получилось у вас?
Sometimes you have to re-render to relaunch the Arnold
Иногда-
render just because when you do some modification on the mesh, sometimes
Иногда
you
приходится
update
как-то это еще раз сделать.
the modification. If you want to re-render
Иногда,
or
значит, если вы хотите переделать это, сцену,
or you can just
вы закрываете, потом открываете снова. Вот. Или, значит, обновите полную сцену, если хотите переделать.
Okay, so I assume it's working for you.
Ну, предполагается, что вроде у вас получилось все.
It should work.
Ну, вообще должно сработать.
Okay. Let's say it works. So
Ну,
now
будем считать,
all my
работает.
object of the room it's smooth.
Теперь у нас, значит, очень стали гладенькими, такими приятными объекты.
So let's see if all the characters has to be smooth.
Теперь посмотрим на героев. Можно с героев сделать такими же гладенькими. Значит, поменяем название. И вот у нас герой, значит. Давайте его будем гладеньким. Так. Ну, вообще мы в этом кадре видим только верхнюю часть персонажа. Тело. Может быть, мы можем таким...
It's very there is many faces on the face.
Ну, тут вообще много всяких разных граней вот, на лице. И плюс еще очки же есть.
But we can see the face on the we can see the faces on the face. We can see the imitation of the faces.
Вот мы видим такие части.
We can do it's we want to smooth once, okay?
Ну, давайте мы как бы
Many subdivision.
хотя бы один раз мы должны сделать из такими градики. Ну, хотя бы один раз мы сделаем вот эту операцию, проделаем. Давайте посмотрим, как бы получится. Берем целиком всего персонажа, тело его, значит, еще очки и одежда еще. Я не хочу делать как бы всего персонажа одновременно, потому что потом еще у нас же отдельные, значит, части на случай, если потом нужно будет как-то менять. Я выбираю все три группы, нажимаем, тоже набор, сет делаем, создаем. Вот у нас новая группа, значит, мы сделали. Вот ее мы назвали, значит, гладкий персонаж. Вот такой smooth характер. Добавляем, значит, все то же самое. Override. AI, SUB. Вот у нас iteration и тип. и тип. Да?
Okay. Turn on the time
Добавляем,
and let the iteration to 1.
значит, 1, выберем цифру.
Okay. We're gonna see that when we will have lights on the character.
Ну, когда увидим, когда будет свет, мы это, в общем, увидим на персонаже.
Is it okay for you? Can
Так.
I
Все нормально
give
у
you,
вас?
the exercise? So
Значит, задание, можем делать упражнение какое-то?
it's okay?
Все нормально?
Do you need time or
Нужно время какое-то вам?
okay? Okay. Try to close your render.
Значит, закройте свою вот эту съемку, рендер, закрывайте, открывайте еще одну, другую, и сделаем новую съемку. Попробуем.
Tell me if it works. Just because it's the first things we do when we try to render with Arnold, sometimes it's not
Сейчас мы попробуем.
all the system. So
Когда мы пытаемся с Arnold сделать вот эту гладкость, иногда не вся система получается. Так, работает?
okay, it was that.
О, все, отлично, сработало.
It's always the same.
Ну, всегда это одинаково.
When you do something and it's not and you can see it, you just begin to close the render view and to.
В общем, если вы что-то делаете и не получается, попробуйте съемку закрыть. В принципе, Maya хорошо работает. Вот, но иногда нужно, в общем, закрыть и заново запустить. Ну, просто Maya и Arnold это, в принципе, две разные системы, и иногда немножко бывает, иногда они между... Вот, и оно, по идее, должны все параметры переводить. Вот. Вот, иногда они немножко между собой не срабатывают. Поэтому закрываете окна, вот, а потом вот нажимаете на съемку и обновление, full update, full scene. Так, теперь вы увидели, как это значит. Гладкое такое делается. Так, теперь со светом. Теперь у нас, значит, вторичный свет еще. Значит, свет на персонажа. Если вы справа видите, прям если вы прям хотите, чтобы на стене было, то он, по идее, не должен касаться персонажа. Вот. Ну, не может быть, такого не может быть, чтобы одновременно свет касался и стены, и персонажа. Так не может быть. Так не может быть. Это вот мы должны, значит, сделать. Значит, это разное освещение. И освещение комнаты, и освещение персонажа. Мы должны поделить его. То есть вам нужно окружение и персонажа разделить. Ну, давайте, значит, дальше со светом поработаем. Другой, новый свет. с этим я закрываю сцену. Значит, очень быстро. Новый свет будем новый свет создавать. Вот свет. Значит, первый. Свет пространства. Значит, новую группу даю. Значит, мы свет будем сейчас называть. Ну, чтобы понять, какой свет, за что, какое освещение, за что освещает, что освещает. Значит, основное освещение мы его назовем key. Значит, это для комнаты. Это свет. Значит, это свет, который для комнаты. Он основной. Вот. Значит, это основной свет, мы его так называем, key для комнаты. Теперь у нас основной должен цвет, но для персонажа. Это тоже key, основной свет, но для персонажа. Вот он. И вот у нас теперь есть группа. Мы назовем ее свет, освещение. Вот. Хотите, чтобы группа была у вас? Вот так вот. Угу. Выбираете два объекта. Значит, и вот теперь вы это вот сможете найти в группе. Ctrl-G вы используете для этого. И вот мы группу, значит, назвали. Освещение. Вот так мы и назвали. Угу. Вот у нас ключевой свет. Для персонажа и для комнаты. Так, теперь давайте с этим цветом поработаем. Вот будем сюда его поместим. Почти там, где у нас окно. Вот сюда мы его поместим. Увеличим. Вот так вот. Так. Значит, так, я хочу, чтобы... Значит, я хочу, чтобы свет только освещал персонажа. Только персонаж свет освещал. Так, мне, чтобы это сделать, значит, мне нужно связать. Так, значит, смотрите, у нас есть свет значит, то есть, в принципе, у нас свет освещает вроде как бы все. По умолчанию. А я хочу, чтобы это был персонаж. Как это сделать? Значит, как я хочу? Значит, какие объекты я хочу связать со цветом, которые... Значит, мне нужно со светом связать только, только объект, только мой персонаж. Значит, выбираем группу комнату, выбираю по поводу кнопки контроль, значит, только цвет, ключевой свет для персонажа. Надо закончить нужно именно светом.
you have to say, okay, I want to unlink. So to do that,
Значит, я хочу
you have to change
удалить
modeling
из освещения.
by
Так,
rendering
нажимаем
the good menu
съемка.
because it's in the rendering menus.
Значит, это в меню рендеринг.
Remember that the roll up menu, okay?
Значит, вот это вот меню очень важное.
Edit, you have this roll up menu. You just
Здесь оно.
select the rendering.
Так, выбираете сцена, рендеринг.
Into lighting, shading,
И вы выбираете освещение и тонировку.
and go to break light links.
И, значит, разорвать связи освещения.
My light and my room.
Вот.
So I click on that,
Я нажимаю.
and now my light it's not lighting my room anymore.
Значит, и теперь мой свет больше не освещает комнату.
I want to verify.
Если хотите проверить,
You can select the light,
значит, выбираете свет,
go to the same menu,
значит, то же самое меню,
select
и выбираете,
illuminate by this light.
значит, выберите объекты, которые этим светом освещаются.
And now
Нажимаете,
that
и вы видите,
are linked,
что только,
it's
значит, освещение, которое связано с этим объектом, это только
now you show
персонаж.
that the light is linked for the object, okay?
Значит, теперь вы уверены, что это освещение связано именно с этим конкретным объектом.
And you can go to
Вот
the
теперь идет
light,
сюда, значит, свет,
exposure,
значит, выдержка,
add, maybe, I don't know, 15,
ну, не знаю, 15 наберем.
and try a render to see
И
if
посмотрим, значит, съемку.
okay.
Мгм.
Why is doesn't work?
Почему она не работает?
Okay, it was just a small bug.
Да, так,
Okay.
немножко что-то не
I
пустится.
want to
Давайте
add
попробуем.
my key room, so my direction.
Значит, ключевой свет для комнаты.
Character.
Так, теперь, значит, ключевой
To,
свет для
check the light.
персонажа.
Okay.
Сейчас проверим освещение.
So, okay. Strange question. I don't see movement gizmo, but I see rotation and scale gizmo. How can I fix it? You can fix that kind of problem.
Так, значит, вот я... Такой странный вопрос, что я вижу движение, значит, не вижу движения, а вижу только кручение и размер. Значит, как это, что мне делать? Иногда, что вы можете с этим сделать? Значит, слева смотрите на значки, вот сюда вот вы нажимаете, видите эту панель, вот, и переустановите инструменты. Теперь что выбираете, и теперь вы вот эти вот увидите гизмо. Все равно нет.
Do you see the gizmo? You see the gizmo of the rotation and the scaling, but not.
То есть вы видите размер и вращение, но не видите движение. Да? То есть даже если вы вот нажимаете на вот эту кнопку, да.
just try to yeah, maybe, but just try to dezoom.
Вот попробуйте значит, заново войти в Zoom Maya, предлагаю. То есть есть версия 2018. Вот. Значит, давайте одну вещь сделаем, прежде чем вы будете заново заходить. Значит, объект новый сделаете, типа сфера какая-нибудь, значит, сделаете. Вот теперь вы эту, значит, гизму видите, если новые объекты создали? Нет, не видите. Прям совсем не видите. Значит, никаких квадратиков, ни желтых, ничего. Ну, то есть это явно баг какой-то в программе.
Because if you have reset your tools like this, reset tools, and if you cannot see any gizmos on a simple sphere, it's maybe you have a bug. Okay. Okay. And if it doesn't work, okay, I have a final solution. Okay, I have a final solution. Okay. So my last solution is to delete all the preferences. It's not a problem, okay? You just start again on a fresh, new fresh Maya, okay? And I can just teach you how to do that, okay? First of all, if you cannot fix a problem with some kind of problem, so you have a problem of pivot, you have a problem of all problem, okay? If you cannot fix it, what you can do, it's close Maya, okay? You close all your version Maya. You go on the documents, Maya. For me, it's the 2020, okay? And you select the preferences, okay? And you delete the preferences. Okay, nice. Okay, but I just finished because that can be useful for you at many points. Okay, so sometimes it's not working, so you just have to go to the documents, Maya 2020, and the preferences. You just can delete this simply as that. Just delete and reopen Maya again. Because when you do that, Maya will recreate the preference from fresh start and with all the things by default. So the gizmos and all the things, okay? So it could be a nice way to fix some problem you cannot fix, okay? Okay, so let's move on. Why can it no light on the character? I'm not sure to understand your question. Why my directional light cannot light the why you cannot see any light from your key character. Okay, c'est ça. Hein? Okay. Maybe it's just because you have to increase the exposure. Okay, you have to increase that at the minimum of 17 or 18. And check that the light is inside the room. on front of the window. Could you see the light now? If you increase the exposure to 18? Okay, so first of all, you have to set the exposure to 18. Okay, not 15, because if I do a 15, I can see nothing. Okay, so it's 18. Okay, and second thing, you can close your render window and reopen it, or update full scene to be sure that you see what you want to see. Okay. Ah, still black. Ah no, oh yes, start to work. Okay. That's nice. Okay, so that's it means that the exposure has to be more than that. Okay, maybe 18 or something like that. Okay. Oh, we have to check something. Because I don't want to go too far. I don't want to go too far because we need to check a thing in the preferences. So it's window setting preferences. I want you to go to the color management and check the enable color management. I don't know which version of Maya you've got, but in the 2020, this option is not it's not checked by default, and it has to be checked. So check the enable color management. I will tell you why you have to do that when we do the textures. So just yeah. I have to download the image you sent to me somewhere. So okay, so so you sent to me something.
I can share my screen. I've got it. Okay, so I got your image. So
it is our preferences, no car light. Okay. So okay, so I see the lights. I see the light, but I think your light it's outside or it's behind. You see, in my case, my light, it's just on front of the window. Okay, so my light, you can put this light just more toward us, so you see that the light is just like this, and in your image the light look be very out of the window, so you have to check this. Okay, try that. Can you please tell one more time about brake lightings? Yes, of course. Okay, I'm going to do it all the things again. Okay, so I get just my directional light by default. Okay, so I create a new light. So I redo again. Okay, so I create a new light. So Arnold lights and area lights. I scale it. I turn my light to be like this, to have this this line towards the character. So I move and take my light just in front of the window, and my light has to be like this. Okay, so be sure that your light it's like this. Okay, so you can see the light, it's in front of the window. Okay, after that you tweak the exposure. So we've seen that it's about 18. Okay, and that's okay. That is for my light. It's okay, Daria. Okay, nice. So that it's for the lighting. So the light is lighting all the objects in the scene. Now I want to link to the character only. So to do that, I have to select the room first, the light in second. Okay, room, light, and go to the lighting shading, brake light link. Okay, so the object first, light after that, and after that, brake light link. Okay, so when you select the light and you go in the same menu and you can say, okay, select object illuminated by light, you should see the character. Did the light, and the problem was in not showing the light direction, but now it's fine, thanks. Okay, so for the linking problem, you just have to check that the light is linking with the character. I repeat again, so you select the light and you go to the lighting shading menu and you say, okay, select light illuminating object. So no, excuse me, select object illuminated by light. Sorry. Okay, and now you should see the object illuminated. Okay, and after that, the render should work. So, did you did you understand the light linking, or you want to I redo again, or maybe you need an explanation, different an explanation, or is it okay for the light linking? No.
It says all clear.
Ah, okay, 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 nice. Okay, so now we have this light who's illuminating only the character. As you can see, there is no room illuminated by this light. So this light, we can just check with the images. So we can see that the light in the image, it's you're welcome. You can see that the light is illuminated more of this. You see that the light is coming from the right and skating on the mouth, and maybe you can see that, yeah, there's a light here. Okay, so you see the light is coming from here, okay, and go this point. So it's not enough for me in my frame, so I can push my light to be more in front of the character, maybe like this, with this type of light. Yeah, you see this light, and here it's diffusing till here. On the nose, it's like this, and from the forehead, yeah, it's look like nice like this. Okay. Okay, so I can have my directional light again in my scene. So render again, update full scene. Okay, so now, as you can see, I have my two lights, one for the wall and one for the character. Obviously, my directional light is it's too sharp, it's too hard, just because the intensity of my directional light was just to check the rays. So I have to decrease the intensity of my directional light. So in the Arnold, I was 5 to exposure is too much. Let's say 3, 2 maybe. In between 2 or 3, I don't know now, but we're gonna see after that. Okay. So now you should have two lights, two main key lights. Okay, one key for the character and one key for the room. Okay. Okay. Now we can try to handle the light from the left part now. So we have a light, or it's coming from the door, and maybe a bounce from the hiding part of the room, who is lighting the front character. Okay. So let's try to begin with the light who's coming from the door. Okay. So in the real life, we should have a glass on this door. We should have a glass and have a light in behind to light the room and light the character. But in fact, it's the reality. It's working like this, but we are not in the reality. We are in just an image. So what we can do, and I think it's what's done in this image, it's we can place an area light just on front of this glass and lights the character. Okay, so we don't need to have a light behind the glass and the glass, etc. We don't need that. We just need to have a simple light who is lighting the back of the character. Okay, so don't be too complicated with that. So create a new light. So Arnold light, area light. Okay, check that the light is pointing towards the character. So like this. Put the light approximatively on front of the window and have a size approximatively the size of the window. So okay, that you can see that my light is not outside, okay, it's inside the room, okay. It's very important, okay. I don't want that the light is outside. I want that the light is getting inside, okay. And for the naming, I have to rename it. Key character was the first one. Okay, and this one, it's not a key because it's coming from the back. It's more a backlight or a rim light. It depends. It depends of what you want to do with this. Okay, so in the image, you have this light with lighting the chin, the shoulder, etc., etc. So it's we can call it the back, okay, the backlight. So let's say a back for the character. So back character. So that it means that the light is only for the character. So we do a light linking like the other one. So let's select the room first. So let's select the room first. Character, back character, okay, for the light, okay. And light shading, break light links. We have to check, double check it. So select the light again. Go to lighting shading and check if select object illuminated by light. It's the character. It's selecting the character. Okay, you have to check this. Okay, I want to get my two other lights hidden. So I want to hide my two other lights. I want to have only my back character light just to see the effect of this light only. and I test my exposure of 17. Okay, that's quite good. Let's compare with my image. It's quite good. Maybe we can maybe go a bit to the left. So maybe we can just move this light on the left just to have more light. Not too much, just a bit like this. Okay, that seems to be good to me. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, so I update my full scene. Character, maybe it's too harsh, so decrease a bit. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's okay for you. It's okay for you. Can keep going or? Okay. Okay. Okay, so I have 3 lights, 2 for the keys, 1 for the character back. Okay. I need one light for the room who's coming from the right part. You see that there is a gradient, little gradient on the wall. A light is coming from the right, for the right side, and it's coming like this. So we can have this kind of light. We can have another light from the front of the character. So to avoid the black part of the character. Yeah, I think we need at least 2 lights. Okay. Okay, let's begin with the front general light. It's going to be a fill, like we say, it's a fill light. A fill light, it's you have 3 lights in the theory of lighting. It's 3 lights. You have the key, you have the fill. It's a fill light. It's filling. It's the fill light. It's the light which avoiding the black part, and you have the backlight. Okay, that's the concept of the lighting. Okay, you need at least you need 3 or minimum 3 lights. Okay. Yeah, that's the case for this this scenario. So let's create a new one. Lights, area lights. Okay, I stop my my render. Okay, so this lights This light, I want to put this light on front of my character, like this, maybe larger than that. Like this. Okay. I want to hide my other lights. And get this to maybe 13. Okay, 13. How can we add back car lights to light group? Move. Okay, yeah. Okay, if you want to move something in the group, or yeah, if you want to move, okay, you can select the object you want to move plus the group you want to move into, and click on P for parent. Okay, and if you want to ungroup, you can just click on the object you want to ungroup and shift P for unparent. Okay, that is the first solution. Okay, so you select the object you want to move, you select the group you want to move into, P. Okay, and shift P for unparent. The second way to do that, it's to select the object, and with the middle mouse button, you can drag and drop till you have the two lines circling the group, and release, and you can do that. To ungroup, you can do like this way. You click on the middle mouse button and you go down an empty area like this, and it will ungroup. But the best way is to select the guy, select the destination, and P. That's the best way for me. Okay, so my area light, I will call it fill, because that's the name of the kind of light. So the fill character, because it's my fill only for the character. So fill character. I need to have a link as the other one. Okay. So you select the object. So the room group, you select the light, and you go in the lighting shading, and you break light links. Okay, you double check. So you select the light, you go in lighting shading, and you select the object illuminated by light. Okay, beam, it's good. Okay, so now you have linked this, and we can see all the light together. Okay, that's nice. Maybe we can have more intensity in the light, in the fill character. So let's say 14 maybe. Oh, it don't want to work. I have to update. Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, the guy it's more illuminated. So 14, it's a bit too much. So let's say 13.5. No, 13. No, 13, it's okay. 13 for me, it's okay. 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 So this is my fill light for the character. And you have to do exactly the same thing for the room. Okay, so you have to create a new light for the room and have to light only the room. So you have to break the link in between the character and the light to only light the room. Okay, so let's do that. So light area again. Okay. Okay. I want to hide all the other lights and play. Update. Okay. Select my new light. Okay. Okay. So I have to break the link. So as you can see, the light it's lighting the character, and I want just to light the. I just want to light the. Ah. Yes, you have to. You have to save. Okay. Okay. I just finished this slide and I stop to let you follow and finish. I just place. Yeah, of course. Okay, we can wait. I just place only use this slide. Okay, because I'm just doing that. It's exactly the same thing. So I'm just doing that very quickly, but I stop after that. Yeah, okay. It's the break. Okay, so we can have a break now. Okay, so you can do what you want. We have 15 minutes for the break. So let meet us again at 45. So it's gonna be, yeah, don't forget to save, guys. Exactement. So it would be at okay. Why one of flights disappear when I had a new one? You want to say in the render? when you have a new light in the render, it disappeared the other one. If it's that, it's just the problem of updating. You just have to go to the render and update full scene to re-render all the frame. When you have a new light, sometimes he can't manage have a new one, so you just have to re-render. So update full scene again. If it's that, if it's what you mean. See you in 15 minutes. Yes, I see it in outline, but not in render. No, you see it in the outline, okay? Outliner, okay? But not in the render. Okay. Did you mean you can see the light in the viewport? You see, do you see the light in the viewport like me? Like, do you see the light like this? Okay, physically see the light. Yes, you can see it. Okay, so okay, but you can't see the effect of the light. So you have to hide all the lights, keep one, and test one. Can you do that? You just keep only one light, and you see what it's coming. Okay. I can answer to you just after the break because I want to have a coffee. Okay, we can talk about this just after the break. Okay. Okay. We did it. Okay. Okay, nice. There is one person who has some trouble. Why when the light disappear? Okay. Ah, okay, okay. Right, we have 5 light source, exactly right. Fill car and fill room. Okay. So I keep going now. Continue for that. Okay, what I can do now, it's I can have a new light from the right to have this gradient on the base. Okay, because you can see that at the start from the right you have this light. This light, yeah, it's we can see this halo of light. Okay, it could be a post treatment, but we can have a kind of effect like this. So, and you can see that the shadow of the clock, it's like this too. So it's mean that we need to have a light in this area. So from the right, okay. So it should be another fill from the room. Okay, so create a new light area light. Stop the render. Turn the light and get this light approximately on this area. No, maybe no. We can try to have this. We can try to have this light back on the outside. Just I want to check if it works. So I want to check if I get this light out of the house. So out of the office. Something like this. I just want to see if it works. So the ID, it's two things. Okay. First of all, I want to have my where is my yeah, this one. I want to have this So this reflection, okay? So if I want to have this reflection, I need to have on a white on the exterior, okay? But by default, all the scenes are black on the exterior. So if I want to have some white, okay, I need to put a light on the exterior or a plain, a white plane, okay? So I want to test with the to a simple white area like this. And we're gonna see if we need another light after that just to do the halo. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so this light, it's a fill light. So fill fill from maybe the window. Fill window room. Okay, so I have to break the link for the character. So I select the character again. I select the fill window and break the light link. Okay, I want to hide all the lights and keep only the last light. And exposure 13 or maybe 14. Let's see if it works. Update full scene. Okay, so now I can see a gradient from the right to the left. I'm not sure it's enough. Let's see, 15 maybe. Well, okay, 15. It's look like nice. So I want to have this light back. And update. Okay, we can see the shadow at this point. You can see the shadow of the of the clock. A bit too blurry, so maybe we can scale the light a bit, or maybe we can have a new light. Okay, let's say we keep the light like this. Okay, what I want to do, it's something, it's not right. It's, you see this shadow around the objects, so you can see the angle and you see the shadow just behind, just around, and you have this kind of shadow on the hanger, but you have this shadow for all the object. It's just because the light fill room we've done. Okay, it's a big light. It's a very big light because if I, okay, it's a very big light. Okay, it's this kind of light. Okay, but it's light. It's doing very soft shadows, but I don't want any shadows. I just want to light a bit the wall. Okay, so I don't want any shadows of this light. So the best way, it's a bit, it's perhaps to just don't cast any shadows. So I don't want to cast any shadows from this light, this particular light. The name is the fill room, okay? And that is better because we can see now there is no more light, there is no more shadow behind the hanger, okay? And I think I need to have I need to increase the intensity of my last light, my fill window room, to have a better shadow. So 16. Ah, that's nice. Okay. As you can see, I can feel my shadow now on the wall, and I can see the enter of this light. Maybe what I can do is decrease a bit my fill room, general fill room. Like this. To have only a slight light. And maybe I can increase my fill window room again. Okay, that is too much. Okay, I think we're good now. Okay. Okay. There is many points on the image. You can see the quality of the image is very low. So maybe we can just increase the quality a bit. Just take some lights and have samples. So to do that, you just have to hide all the lights. You keep only one. So the first light, you keep the first light. You can do with the region like this, okay? And you focus to the quality of the lights, okay? So we can see for the direction light we have a small dots. Maybe you can increase the sample to 2. Three maybe. Not better. So okay, so it must be a general. This must be a general thing. Okay, so I want to go to the next one. So it's going to be the fill window room. I think it's very noisier. Yeah, we can see that. So I want to increase the samples. So 3. Ah, much better. Yeah, that is much better now. Okay, so Okay, I get my light back. Okay, that is much better in sampling. It was just the last light who's doing many dots, many points. Okay, so okay, we are almost finished the first step. For me, it missed only one light. Okay, if you see very closely on the door, you can see that there is a slightly ray of light on the inside of the door, okay? And on the hanger, you have slightly of the light too, okay? So that's mean that you maybe you can have a light inside the glass, not inside the gate, but inside the door, okay, and have this type of light, okay, this type of ray of light, okay. So what you can do is just, it's very simple. You just create a light, an area light, stop the render. You turn this light to keep the direction in the other way. So okay, so turn it back. Okay, turn the light, put the light in the door, but not too much, just inside. So you have to get this inside. Okay, so this is my light. When I click on the 5 on the keyboard, I should see my light, okay? Because if I'm here, okay, I won't see my light because the glass, it's on top of it, okay? So what I can do, because my light seems to be well placed, okay? So what I can do, it's just to set my light. So this light can be light only certain object with the light linking, okay? So I don't want to light the glass object, okay? If I hide it, you see, I see my light behind. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. So this light, it's well placed, but this light, it's in the door, okay? So if I let this light in the door, the lights, the ray of the lights, it's not capable to go through the object, okay? And I don't want to, because I don't want to have a render so long, because I don't need to go through the glass, okay? I just want to use this light to light a bit of the corner of the door and the hanger, okay? So I don't need to light the rest. So I need to have to select and have a light linking, okay? So what I want to do is to tell the light to, I want the light lighting the character. So character light, I don't need, I break. Okay. So the light now it's lighting all the room. Okay. But I don't want the light is lighting the glass. Okay. So I select the glass, I select the light, and I break the lighting too. Break. Okay. So the glass, it's in the door. It's called the door glass. Okay. So if you want to double check, you can select the light and go to the select object generated by light and select. And you can see that the door glass is not light. It's not selected. So the light is not going to light this part of the object, the glass. Okay. So now, what is nice with it, it's you can place the light where you want. It's as the light is not existing. Okay, for the it's very simple. The glass is not existing for the light, so you can place this where you want. Okay, so the idea is to light the corner part of this object. Okay. So I want to try something. So if I increase the exposure with the 15 maybe, I want to see what is going on. Go. I want to hide all the other light and play it. Oh. Okay. Okay. When Maya crash, it often save a temporary file that you can restore your last scene. So in this case, you see the Maya crash, but if he has done a save, here you have the save you have done, so you can test to select this to see if it keeps your Maya. So you see, he get my Maya back with all of the thing. Okay, so it's nice because I haven't lost anything. Okay, so let's test. I want to save before light. Okay, and I don't need that. I need my window. It was on top. With my channel box and my outliner. So I want to keep this and I want to keep this. Okay. Okay. Sorry for that. Sorry, can you repeat, please, how to open temporary file? Okay, when you crash, you reopen Maya, and you're gonna see on the left side, he proposed to you to go to find the temporary file. Okay, so the temporary file, it's a scene where you can save the last action. Okay, but if you have not this left panel opened, okay, but you know it still exists, a temporary file, you can go and find this temporary file. What you just have to do is you open an Explorator window, you go on the address, and you type percentage TMP percentage. It's the magic word. Okay, so percentage TMP percentage. And here you can see all the temporary file. So here, that was my temporary file of 207. Okay. Okay, so I want to try again. Yeah, good. Okay, so as you can see, my light is lighting my window, the inside of my window, and it's what I want. Okay, so I need just to I need just to decrease the intensity a bit, just because I just want to have only a slight illumination by this space. Okay, and that's it. If I look at my frame, we can see a bit of light, but maybe it's only on the right part. Okay, so it's not on all around the window, but okay, so what I can do, is maybe I can change a bit the scaling to go on this way, just because I want to have a light stronger on that part and not on that part. And maybe I can do something like that. Because as you can see in the frame, you see the light, it's on the right part and not too much on the other part. So I'm trying just to find a way to have this only on this part. So maybe I can do that. Okay, that seems to be good to me. I need to have a name. So it's for rim. Okay, it's a rim light for the window. So you can call it rim window. And it's only for the room because we have linked. and I update my full scene. Okay, we can save it. Okay, so we have the big part of the lighting. I think we're good for the part of the lighting. We can try to have shading now for the room and the character. That's going to be the big part of this masterclass because we have much to do. So first of all, we need to have the basics of excuse me. You need to have the basic of the shader. For those of you guys who don't know about Maya, so we need to just to talk about shader and what it's, how it's going, how it's working, etc., etc. So what we can do, it's we can do the fit of the lamp gold medal, not gold but iron medal. Just because it's easy to explain and it's a good starting point. Okay, so let's do that. I'm going to change this. Okay. Okay, so what I can what I can do is I can have my hyper shade in this area. Okay, and I don't want to see. Yeah, the problem with this. Yeah, the problem with this window, it's a big window, and you cannot move the window. It's more a big window to see the shaders and see what is going on. And yeah, you can go in the shader itself, etc. But you cannot do what you want with this this window. So it's completely complicated to me to show you how to use this window because it's too small. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to detach this window. So let's say that. Yeah, so I'm going to detach this window to let you see much better the whole frame, just because you need to see much. Okay. Okay, so first of all, I need to show you how to play with the shaders. So first of all, what we need to do is to assign a shader one shader for whole the scene. Okay, so we're gonna find a new shader. So tab for looking for a shader. So you click on tab, and you are looking for AI standard standard surface. Why is that? Cette fenêtre loin. I don't know why is this window. It's okay. I'm looking for create. But okay, so AI standard surface. Okay, so when you create a new shader, it will appear on this part, on the area, on the working part. Okay, it's the area of working the shader. Okay, so the name it's AI standard surface. You can use it for almost all in Maya in Arnold because it's a very handy shader for mainly all the object, all the materials. Okay, so you can select like this all the scene and right click and assign material to selection. Okay, so it's now you can see. Okay, by default there is a reflection on it, so you can just stop the reflection. I'm trying to find a way to have only because this it's a bit annoying. I don't want to see this. Give me just 1 minute. I want to set up my frame as good as possible. So I want to have not this. Okay, so I've set up my window just to try to have something easier to play with. So, okay, I can get this out. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so sorry for that. Okay, first of all, I select all the object and I put a standard shader for all the object. Okay, as you can see, there is there is a reflection for all the objects. So you can go on the specular and take this to 0. That means that no specular is coming. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the shaders. Okay, you have the weight and the color of the shader. That it's a very simple thing. It's you can put a color, okay, like this, and the weight it's a multiplicator of the color. So if you put a weight to 0, you multiply the 0 by the color, So if something is multiplied by 0, you have 0 result. Okay, so if you put 1, you have 1 multiplied by the color. Okay. Okay, after that, you have the diffuse roughness. The diffuse roughness, it's about how the color is diffusing, how the light is diffusing on the shader. So if you are at 0, it's the normal way of diffusing an light on the object. If you diffuse roughness, it's more like when you want to do some clothing things. So if you want to have some clothes, like the cloth, like curtain, like something like that, you will need to increase the diffuse roughness to just change the way the light is diffusing on the object. You have the metalness. So the metalness is just how it's said. So it's the metalness of an object. Okay. So 1, it's a full metal, and 0, it's none. So so if if you are 1, you can see that it's a bit blurry. It's just because on the specular things, you have something called roughness, okay? And the roughness, even the specular, it's 0, the roughness works for the metalness too. So if you just decrease the roughness, you decrease the roughness for the metal, for the metalness. And if you increase this, you increase for the metalness too, okay? So the roughness is working on for the metalness and the weight and color of the specular. Okay, now the question is why there is 2 ways of doing metal. You have metalness, okay? And you have specular. And you can have the same result if you change the IOR to 10. You can see it's quite the same result as a metalness. So the question is why you can see and you can do exactly the same with the specular and the metalness. The answer is just because there is few years some softwares coming on front, like Substance Painter, Substance Designer, etc., etc. All the game for software for games, and for the games they just improved that kind of thing. So metalness, okay, and it just put this if you need to use it, because if you use Substance, you need to plug the maps in the good channel. So it just put they just put that here to just to be able to do that. Okay, you just have to remember if you use the specular thing, don't use the metalness. Okay, so if you use not specular but metalness, you use it, so you don't use the specular. It's one or the other, but not at the same time. Okay. Obviously, if you want aesthetics for, if you want to do some artistic things, you can use both metalness and specular. Obviously, you can use what you want. But if you want to stay realistic, you have to only use only metalness or specular, not both at the same time. Okay, so that's the metalness system. That's the roughness for the 2. So roughness for metalness and roughness for the specular. You have the IOR. IOR is just the way of the reflection. if we can talk about the water, if you have water, you need to have an IOR 1.33. If you want to talk about ice, or want to talk about glass, you need to be more 1.5, 1.6, etc., etc. It's real values, so you can find it on the internet. So if you need to find the IOR index of refraction or reflection of an object, you just have to go on the internet and just say, okay, what is the index of reflection of this object? Anisotropy. Anisotropy, it's the shape of the specular, okay? Because an object is reflecting the light, that is the reality, but for some reason, the light reflecting with deformation of the shape of the reflection. So if you want to achieve this, you have to change the metalness of this. Okay, you have to know that every metal have anisotropy. In fact, all the metal have anisotropy. So you can test. Okay, anisotropy and rotation. That's the two function. It's not the same, but it works together. You put anisotropy and you can rotate the shape. What I can do, maybe it's yeah, what I can do, it's I can create a new shader just to show you. I will select only the face of the guy just to show you the example of what I mean. Okay, now we can focus on the head. Okay. Okay, let's say transmission. Okay, so transmission, it's the ability of doing glass of an object. Okay, you just say, okay, my head, it's a full glass system, so it's a transmission. Okay, so white, it's exactly the same as the color, so it's multiplying the weight by the color. So if you have a glass, yellow glass, you just have to put some yellow in the color and multiply by 1. So that means that the glass is not fully transparent because yellow is not white. Okay, white it's 1, yellow can be less than 1. Okay, it's more gray something. So okay, when you put colors, it's not fully transparent. It makes sense. It makes sense. It does. Okay, so let's say it's fully transparent. The roughness works with the transmission too. It works with the metalness, it works with the specular, and it works with the transmission too. Okay, so that it means that if you change if you change the roughness, you can see that it changed the roughness of the glass. Okay, so more I get the roughness, more the glass it's blurry. Okay, so let's say there is just a bit of roughness. After that, you have the depth and the scatter. Okay, the depth and the scatter. So if I put a color in the scatter, like this deep blue, okay, you can see that the depth is going on. Okay, so the depth you can see that on the right of the object, you can see the blue, and on the left, it's more darker. It's just because on the left, there is more deepness than on the right. It's just because we see that the thing of this object at this point, it's thin, and in this way it's thicker. Okay, so more it's thicker, more you have black on it. Okay, so that is the depth it's going on. Okay, so you can move and you can change this. It depends of what thickness of the object you want to have. Okay, so for my object, I don't need obviously, but it was just for demonstration. And you get the scatter anisotropy. It's quite the same as the object metallic, but it's for certain purpose. You can see that on the documentation of Arnold. I don't want to go too much deeper in this. Okay, dispersion, dispersion Abe, and how to explain? It's when you have a glass of wine, you put the wine on it and you put on the table, and you can see there is point on the table. There is point like caustics. Okay, we call it caustics. Okay. For the shader, dispersion Abe, it's a bit like that, but it's not a projection on the table. It's in the glass itself. Okay, so it's like the diamond. If you see the diamonds, you can see many faces inside with bouncing some colors. So blue colors, white color, red color, and the diamond is just white and transparent. So it's the dispersion Abe. Okay, you can see that on documentation too, because there is well documented. Okay. An extra roughness, very important thing, because you can have no roughness for maybe for the reflection. If you don't want to, if you have some reflection like this, with no blur, you can have this. But if you want to have a blur for the transmission, you have an extra roughness. So now you can have a roughness for the transmission, but not for the reflection. Okay, that's very important to know, because sometimes you can have this. You can have this kind of effect. It's not realistic, but you can. You have to know that. So as you can see on the top of the head, you have this blurry thing, and on the side you have this non-blurry thing. It's just because this part it's through this transmission, and this part it's only specular. Okay. Okay. Get back to zero. Subsurface. Subsurface is just to turn the object on a subsurface object, like the skin. Okay, the skin, the candles, or the soap, all that kind of object. That means that it's not a transmission object, but the light can coming through the object, and you can see the light passing through the object, even the object is not transparent. Okay, that's the principle, the concept of the SSS. So if you want to play with, we can play with, because we have something with the character. We need to have this kind of effect. But if you want to play with, you just have to put the SSS weight to 1. Once you have done this, the color is not coming. It's not doing nothing now. It's doing nothing now, just because now it's the SSX who's handle the color. And after that, you can select on the 3 small lines. Here you have 3 lines. Okay, those 3 lines, it's presets. So presets, is just to okay, it's just to have some presets of skin maybe. And after that, we have to check and to play with the scale. Something like that. And that's it. And I have a skin. Very simple. We can see that in detail at the moment we have done the skin. After that, we have the code system. It's just a specular on top, okay? You have all this system and you can put a specular on top. So if you want a specular on top, you just have the code and you can see the specular on top. So I have two speculars. I have the normal speculars with the blurry one speculars. You can see I've blurred the specular. If I can just decrease, okay, you can see that's my specular. And I can have a specular on top for some reason. I need some two speculars. And I have this own roughness, this own IOR, etc., etc. And I can use a bump with the normal map in the normal channels. Okay, you can play with the sheen. The sheen, it's something, it's going on around the object, okay? You can see the white part. Okay, I can put some maybe purple part just to see it better. You can see this part on the side of the object, okay? And that is the sheen, okay? And you can, obviously you can play with the roughness to have more or less sheen with the weight, etc., etc. So I used to use the sheen for the curtain, because with the curtain you have this feeling of the white part on the curtain from the rotation like this. Okay, so I don't need this. The emission, it's when you want to emit colors from an object, from the shader. I don't recommend to use it because it's creating many points of samples, and you're gonna have to clean your image after that. So I don't recommend to use it. Thin film, it's the effect you can see on certain insect, on the back of the insect when you see iridescence with some colors, many blue, white, and purple colors going on top of the shield of the insect. It's this kind of feeling. You can see in the documentation. And to finish, we have the geometry. The geometry, what's interesting to know in the geometry, it's the bump mapping, because obviously you can have bump. We can see that after. So bump, it's to have the feeling of texture on volume on the skin or on the object. You can have the thin walls. So that it's when you click on this, all the object gonna be with no reflection and no refraction at all. So I can have an example of that. If I put this, so it's quite it's like a glass, okay? Okay, it's like a glass. Now when I click on thin, okay, now it's like the glass is so thin that there is no refraction, okay? So you can see through the object without derivation, Okay, it's the global system of the thin world. Okay, that's it. That was a good, that was a big shader. But with this shader, you can achieve all kind of materials. So it's why it's very big. Okay. Okay. Now we know a bit of that. Okay. Let's try to do something with that. Okay. Okay. So I don't want this. Okay. Okay, so I don't want to play with the face. I want to play with the feet of the lamp. Okay, so I have my region on the lamp, and I need my image. Okay. Okay. The light, it's a bit strong. Maybe, yeah, it's just because I've changed the shader to begin my shading, and the shading is not responsive as well as the first one. Not as well, but it's not the same way to respond. So what I'm going to do is to change a bit the lighting. Because I want to have less light on my scene because it's too clear now. So I want to change. Okay, so let's say 1.5, 16.5. 16, 12, 12, window room, yes, 15, and 13. Okay, that's it better. Okay. I've just decreased all the light by 1. Okay, so let's have a new shader. You can click on a whole shader and Control D. You can have a new shader like this. Okay, so start to give it a name. So this is going to be my lamp fit. So I always begin with the HHD for the shading, for the shader, and it's lamp, lamp, and metal. Okay. Okay, so I select my feed of my lamp and right click and assign. Okay, so now it's assigned. Okay, to achieve this, it's a metal. So I need to go to the metalness and put this to 1. after that, it's red, or it's like reddish light. Okay, so I can click on the color, go to the red, and find something around this redness. So orange like this. Okay, maybe okay. I'm looking for the good color. Yeah, I think it's something like this. Okay, so the color it's quite nice. Okay, it's very close. Now I need to focus on the material. Okay, because the material have some small dots, small points. Okay, on it. So it's like noise. Okay. Okay, so let's do a simple noise. Okay, so in Maya and Arnold, you have noise, you have some tools. Okay, you can build a shader from scratch, and you can build some procedural shaders. It's what we're gonna do in this way. Okay, for this type of metal. So what we can do is to play with maybe we can play with some points, some noise with the roughness, because you can see that this metal it's not as rough as this one. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to create a new noise. So the name of the noise, it's a AI noise, like this. Okay, so that is Arnold noise. Okay, so I take this noise and I want to play with it, and I want to play in to plug it in the roughness, because what I can see it's that it's more rough and that is less rough, but you have some part of this, it's more bright, and some part is less bright, and you have some point and some dots. Okay, so what we can do is to create a noise texture to do that. Okay, so let's have a noise, and to play with it, we have another tool called the AI range. Okay, so the noise, the range, and the shader. So the noise, it's the points. I need to achieve the points. The range, it's the things I need to manage the values in between, the black and white values. Okay, if I want more black, or if I want more white, or if I want old contrast, or I can do with that kind of node, okay? So it's the AI range. So I click on the out color and I plug it in the input of the AI range. And at the end, I select the out color of the range, okay? And I plug it when I want, okay? But as you can see, if I select this big red circle of the output of the range, it can just I can just plug on a red circle like this, because this it's 3 channels, and you can plug only this on a 3 channel. Okay, so what you can do is take only one from this, because that it's black and white. And if you take the red, the green, or the blue, it's exactly the same, because the black and white in red, green, and blue, it's exactly the same texture. So what you can do is to take the red and to plug it in the specular roughness. Okay, so immediately you see that this have changed drastically. Okay. It's clearly more rough and too much rough. Okay. So if we want to set this texture, okay, we can isolate the texture itself. So I select the range, okay, and I click on this small button, isolate selected. And now I can see that. Okay, so don't forget that the white, it's the more you are white, the more blurry you are. Okay, the more black, the more brighter you are. Okay, so in my case, I have 2 things to do. First of all, I have to tweak my noise to have dots, more sharpened dots. Okay, and the second thing I have to do is to manage the white and the black, because I don't want that to be too rough and I don't want that to be too bright. Okay, so first of all, I need to have some black and white dots more sharp. Okay, so what we can do in the noise itself, we have some values like octaves, like distortion, etc., etc. So we can find a way to sharpen all the things. So a good way to do that, it's maybe in the range, we can, you can change the input. So crank up the input and decrease the output to have more contrasty things like this. Okay, so it's why the AI range it's very nice too. Okay, you can easily change. Okay, and you can invert. You see, I've invert my system. So now my input max it's like this. Okay, so if you invert, you have exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for white dots to have some part of the things very blurry and some all black. Okay, so after that I can change the size of it. Okay, I can put some gray in all of this, but I don't want that too much. And okay, I can do something like that and decrease all this like this. Okay, when you have done this, you can uncheck the isolate selected and test if you are correct. In my opinion, it's too bright, so I have to tweak again. So I can go like this and tweak again. Okay, and I have to find a good way to represent my my name. Okay, so you have to click on the isolate selected. You have to be selected on one of these nodes, so maybe the AI range, and isolate selected. So you isolate what you select, okay? So if I isolate this one, you see this one, okay? If I isolate this one, I see this one. That's it, guys. That's it for today. We have much things to do tomorrow because this whole scene, we have to texture the whole scene. We have the texture in the source image folder, but we need to learn how to put this texture in the good object, etc., etc. So thank you guys, and I hope you will be there tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Debian. Looking forward to tomorrow's class.
Okay, thank you, Mikhail. And guys, tell me if it's too speed for you or if you need some help for tomorrow. Just tell me, and tomorrow we can go back for some things and see if we can help. Okay. Thanks. Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye now.